Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, August the 6th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. That means you guys can see my screen and hear me. All right, what's going on? So Hood right now having a bit of a surge here. Was really not doing too much in the pre-market. Then all of a sudden, I guess that news that came in. So anyway, Hood is on the move. Will it last? Nobody knows. We'll have to wait for this market to open to see if there's going to be a sustained trend for Hood today, or is it just going to kind of chop around? So what else is happening? Any any crypto play. I think this popped up after hours. Just a little bit of a move after hours, but this is the big move pre-market. It is a crypto play now. A Bitcoin mining deal with Hertford Advisors. They're acquiring a cryptocurrency company, I guess. So that is the news for ANY. Big gap up, fairly low float, 4.6 million in the float. KXIN. Let's see, I think they've got something to do now with entering into the new energy, so something to do with electric vehicles. So this is an EV play, KXIN. DraftKings. This is a lot of earnings plays today, guys. DraftKings is one of them, DKNG. Big gap up. Hood on the move. I keep watching this one. Yeah, it is interesting. Still no shorts available at Interactive Brokers. The second day it was trading, there were shorts available. I haven't seen any since. XENT, another earnings play. A lot of earnings plays today, guys. XENT. Almost look like this is a buyout, though. Yeah, okay. This is also, so it's an earnings play, but plus it's a buyout. Medtronic is buying them for $936 million. XENT. Plug. So some of these battery plays, Plug, I think, and the other one was Westport, but Plug is an earnings play. PLUG. Haven't seen this one for a while. Of course, you know, remember this month here when it got all the way up to $75 and then reality. But it is an earnings play today. Had earnings after hours. You can see the reaction. And it's maintained. Well, there's not really back the window for advancing and declining issues. I mean, you mean the stocks that are gapping up, gapping down? Stephen, I mean, if you go to my this is what I use in the pre-market. You know, these are the ones that are gapping up, pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down. If you go to my website, those two scans are available. Just go to my website and go to the scan section, and for pre-market actives up and down, okay? I'll give you my homepage link. Yeah, I don't know what you saw when you first toggled it, okay. Are you talking about the sector status? You talking about this? The sector status? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Talking about this? This is... Stephen, I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. I've never used that, so. Okay, don't know what you're talking about. Maybe you have to go, I don't know if you got it from somewhere else. I actually don't know that particular scan. Let's see, what else? TAOP gapping up. Maybe go to our homepage and ask. I'm not familiar with that one at all. I'll give you the homepage link. Excuse me, not my homepage link, but the Trade Ideas homepage link. Well, again, these are, I mean, these ones, I don't know what you're looking for exactly. I mean, this is showing you the pre-market. These are the ones that are up. These are the ones that are down the most. You know, so I'm not sure quite what you're looking for. I mean, what else would you want, really? Just to show you the ones that are up the most in the pre-market and the ones that are down the most in the pre-market and constantly being updated. What else would you want? Switch, SWCH. SWCH is an earnings play. And this is, no, it's not. I thought it was an all-time high. I don't know where the all-time, I guess the all-time highs are back here. Excuse me, back in 2017. So a few years ago, but it is an earnings play, SWCH. I mentioned Westport, WPRT, another EV play, earnings play, a little gap up after hours, and kind of maintaining. This one has a big float, 142 million in the float. This is a strange one, guys. Take a look at Dr. NA, DRNA. So, a gap down on mixed data results, at least that, and look at this, through the 200-day moving average, okay, through that 200-day moving average, probably as important as the gap down. But Goldman is maintaining coverage on this with a $36 price target. So it's mixed signals, I guess, in the reaction to whatever they released, their drug. You have to read the press release. Let me just show you. So here we go. So announced positive top line results, etc., 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 primary endpoint, etc. But moving down. So I mean, I'm not a biochemist or physicist or anything like that. So, but obviously they were looking for more, because when you read this, you would think, all right. But our resident William will probably have more of an insight onto that than I will. BYSC, guys. BYSC active again. This was popping up. Let's see if it's still maintaining. It's kind of 25 down to 24. BYSI, not BYSC. Man, I've written the wrong symbol down here. Oh, MVST. Meme stock, guys. So MVST on the move of 15%. Lots of volume. Looks like the WSB boys have got a hold of it. Here's a big gap down. Hopefully nobody was trapped in this one. SPPI. Hopefully nobody was in this one. Negative response from the FDA. So big gap down for 32%. Stephen, I mean, you can also go to our pre-market channel. Maybe it was there. I mean, if you go to new and then our channel bar, I don't know what version of Trade Ideas you're using, but if you go to the channel bar and then take a look at the pre-market channel, maybe it was there. I don't know what you mean exactly. This is what I use, gap up and gap down. They're not faded. Maybe just take mine. Okay. I'm not sure. What I don't know. To take a look at the to go to configure. No, wrong. Go to properties and just check to see view mode. Okay, and depends what it's sorted on. Maybe group and sort by. If you want it to be always showing the latest, click on newest first. It's hard for me to know exactly what's going on with you. With your scan. Otherwise, just take mine. I mean, I've got, this is two that I'm sharing, of course. Gap up and gap down. Hard for me to know. Welcome, Premium. Run is another earnings play. Wasn't terribly active. I think it was down 4%. Not a ton of volume. Run is an earnings play. Steven, I don't know. I don't know what that is. Okay, I don't know. So if you go to our homepage and maybe ask for it, I honestly don't know what an advanced decliner is that we might have. I just don't know. All right, guys, what time is it? 9:16. I'll quickly go and see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. See if they've got anything interesting. So Stephen, can you not see? Can you not see the homepage link? I just posted it underneath you. If you can see my screen, I just posted the homepage link underneath, and just start a discussion and ask for advancers, decliners. Maybe somebody else has it. I just don't have it. Sorry. Wow, okay, the analysts are busy. We've got a bunch of upgrades, a bunch of downgrades, so let me get a few of them in right now. So what I'm really looking for is, there say multiple upgrades or downgrades for the same stock. That would be specific. Of course, I'll get them all in, but so I see a bunch of upgrades for Switch, SWCH, earnings play today. And just as I'm typing these in, I'm hearing SWCH ringing in my ear. Okay, there are some of the upgrades. Let's take a look at the downgrades now. Moderna getting a couple of downgrades from Oppenheimer and Piper Sandler. KPTI getting some downgrades. JP Morgan, RBC, 3 of them actually. SVP also. So 3 downgrades for KPTI. I think they might have had earnings yesterday, but I forgot to mention FireEye, guys. FEYE. It's an earnings play also, and it has gapped down. And there are some downgrades for Dr. NA. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. All right, and as always, let's just take a look quickly at the sectors this morning, what it might be stacking out to be. Let's see, the SPY is up just a little bit. Let's take a look at the sectors this morning. All right, so here we go again. Energy, 100%. So let's say, so that is the strongest sector so far this morning. Obviously, every stock in the sector is above yesterday's close. Technology is, looks like it's a little, well, not looks like, I mean, again, this is early. I mean, it can change once the market opens or 15 minutes or an hour into the market. But right now, technology and communications are weak. Materials are strong. Healthcare is sort of 50-50. Consumer staples are strong. Financials are strong. Look at that. Financials are strong. Again, this is early. This is maybe a bit of a snapshot of what might happen today. And these are the major, the major ETFs for the market. Oh, Nick, it's hard for me to know why KXIN is not showing up. You know, I don't know. Well, KXIN is on my pre-market actives up. Okay. So, I mean, it's hard for me to know why a certain symbol is not showing up for you. Could be a filter that's blocking it, but it's, you know, well, it's, again, hard to know. The only thing I can think of is time frame. What is your record count? What do you have for a record count? Sometimes that can mess it up a bit. I wouldn't worry about it too much, but you know, so if you right click on the, I'm assuming it's a top, I'm assuming it's a top list window. So if you right click and then click on time frame and then set record count, what do you have for a record count? I have 100, so, but it's hard to know. 100, well, if you have mine, I have no idea. If you're using mine, then I have no idea why it's not showing up. If you're using something else other than mine, then it's really hard for me to know why it's not showing up. Well, here, okay, well, I'll do this. What time is it? 9:23. All right, I broke it out. There it is. I'm going to give it to you right now. And you tell me if it's showing up. Okay? And if it is, then replace whatever you had before with it. I wouldn't worry about it too much, okay? It's not that, you know, KXIN is probably, I mean, it's very super active this morning, but just take a look at it and see. Well, if he's got mine, that's a good point. Are you sorting on the change from the close percent? I mean, if you haven't changed that's the typical sort. All right, guys, I have to download the latest version. What time is it? 9:25. I got to do this pretty quickly, so I'm going to have to save this. Just give me a moment. Because something has been fixed. So just give me a moment. All right, we should be back. Just give me a moment here. All right, good. Okay. Yeah, see, the earnings date field was cut off, and it wasn't showing whether it was pre-market or post-market or after hours yesterday or pre-market. So, all right, guys, good. There's why it's a beta. All right, guys, we are going to open very soon. How do you load the cloud? You mean this development version that I'm on right now? You can't. This is a development version, Art. Hopefully, this is what's going to be available for the test drive this afternoon. So they just had to fix a couple of things under the wire on this one. The watch list I just published. You talking about this pre-market actives? Oh, okay, just go to my homepage. I'll give you the homepage link. What time is it? I've got to make sure. Okay, go to the home. Go to my homepage. Okay, when you click on my homepage link, it's also here. It's in my tab all day long also. So click on my homepage link. And when you do that, go to the scan section right here. Click here and pre-market. Where are we? Pre-market actives up and down. These are the four I use in the pre-market. Gap up and down shared, pre-market actives up and down, okay? So it's right there. All right, guys, it is now less than a minute to the open. Let's have a great end to this trading week. And next week will be interesting as the test drive starts. Just one moment, please. All right, guys, and Hood continues its advance. All right, guys, we're open. All right, guys, let's see what's happening here. So, Annie, let's see if Annie is continuing here. This was an earning, no, I'm sorry, they bought a crypto company. So, crypto, of course, is pretty hot right now. There's a massive gap up for Annie. It's a low float, little Canadian company. Again, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes, kind of try to let things settle down a bit. Dr. NA is on the move down. Dr. NA on the move down. Okay, this is a meme stock, guys. It appears that the WSB guys have got a hold of this one yesterday for sure, and trying again maybe today. Look at ZY. Remember that was my big winner from yesterday. It's starting to move down again. So again, all the reasons it collapsed 2 days ago, they're still there. Yeah, Kathy Woods said that she bought 2.3 million shares of it. That caused a pop for it yesterday. And look at BTBT, guys. Big one from yesterday. Another crypto play. A big day yesterday. Now, I don't know why I've got ZGNX as an alert. I must have done that a long time ago. It's an earnings play. So ZGNX released earnings after hours yesterday. So it's on the way down now. BTPT, guys, definitely on the move here. Come on. Yikes, I don't like this lag. And yesterday we remarked that 1902 was the next high looking left for BTBT. So, I mean, it still has room. It still has about $3 if it wants to. All right, CGC is moving down a little bit here. This is a big cannabis play, of course. Again, guys, things are going to be very whippy in the first 15. Not that after 15 things are completely settled down, but you get a lot of action like this. BTBT almost got up to 17, pulled right back down to 16, just like that. So you want to trade in the first 15 minutes, you've got to be pretty nimble. Look at the market now. Okay, so Dow's up, SPY's up. We got a little. Remember when we were looking at the spiders in the pre-market? Tech and communications were weak, so tech is down a little bit. I didn't realize this, but space is actually an earnings play. Space is an earnings play. Released after hours yesterday. You can see the mauve area right here. So the market's putting in a nice big green bar to start. I thought Zet is an earnings play. I think it's a buyout though too. Medtronic snaps up. Yeah, so this is a buyout. I mean, it's dropping a little bit from it, but XENT is a buyout. In case you didn't know that, you probably did know it, but saw AUPH after hours yesterday was doing something. AUPH. And that's why, because it was an earnings play. It is an earnings play. AUPH, earnings play. Coming right into, well, it came close to the 200-day moving average. Close. So this is probably good fade material. Yeah, I think, didn't we have that yesterday as an earnings play, BTBT, but I couldn't find it anywhere either. Not sure why our provider, see if that still is the same. And now it says August 6th pre-market. I don't know what to say. I mean, I don't see it listed at all anywhere. Yeah, I just did a check on some other sources. I don't see it listed as an earnings play either. So Zach was mentioning Gannett, GCI. This is an earnings play. I mean, it's got some room. Let's take a look here. The monthly chart, the high is 640. So earlier, well, I don't know. We're only on the 6th, so sometime this month, it did hit 640. If he takes that out somehow, 661, it looks like it's got just too much resistance. I may be wrong, but I mean, if it can take out 640 and then the 661, then the next highs are up in the 7 levels. I just think it might have too much resistance. Yeah, James, that was an error. I'm sorry. I don't know why that went out. That the test drive will be, you can start the test drive about an hour after the market closes today. When I say start the test drive, I mean, you'll have access to the program. You can take a look at it to build top lists and everything that you want to maybe look at this weekend. But it was an erroneous email that somehow said the 5th also. So I apologize for that. I think McAfee, is McAfee an earnings play? No, it is not an earnings play. August 10th, okay. Yeah, I understand, James, it was wrong, okay? It was wrong. Okay, that 5th should not have been, I don't know why it was there. Okay, it'll start, so anybody in the test drive, and I'm going to put the test drive link in. I guess there was an email that went out that was incorrect, suggesting the 5th you could start. But anyway, there's the test drive, guys. So I'm just going to, if you click on the link, So this is what it's all about for $11.11. You'll get 2 weeks of trade ideas or premium service, just as if you were a premium subscriber. It starts on the 9th, okay? Live data on the 9th. No matter what email you may have got, it starts on the 9th. That's Monday. However, about an hour after the market closes today, you'll be able to access the program. I think you'll probably have I don't know how exactly it works, the mechanics, but you'll have a username and a password. Hopefully you've saved it somewhere or they give it to you. You can download the program and then you can play around with the program all, for the balance of Friday and of course Saturday and Sunday. No live data, of course, the markets are closed, but you can take a look at setting up top lists. You can do some scanning. That's what I do on the weekend. Okay, so that is the test drive. And again, if you sign up, once it's over, it's over. Don't worry, we don't put you into a subscription. There's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. When it's over, it's over. We'll have a nice promo code for you if you do want to take out a subscription, but you don't have to worry. We're not putting you into a subscription automatically. Also open to those of you with our standard service. Okay, if you have our standard service and you want to try the premium service out for the 2 weeks, you can do so. It'll cost the $11.11 also. Okay, so it's fast approaching. Well, James, I'm sorry. I mean, I'm sorry that you feel that way. I mean, it is a 2-week trial. It starts on the 9th. Let's put it this way. If you want your money back because you feel misled, we'll be glad to refund you. How's that? But I completely agree. A detail that was missed. Now, you know what, guys? We go through this every darn time. There's nothing to sign up. You don't have to take out a subscription. I keep saying next time I'm going to go through the sign-up procedure to see what it looks like. Okay? But no, there's nothing. You don't have to subscribe to anything. And as usual, guys, I'm waiting for anything from my option scanner, and I did make that little adjustment, so I'm going to keep an eye on the adjustment that I made with the option scanner. I've still got the original one, but I have the other one that I dropped the relative volume to 2 just to see. Very easy way, yeah. James, listen, the other thing you should do, very easy way to track. We have float filters. In fact, one of the scans that I'm sharing, if you click on my homepage link, one of the scans I'm sharing is called Low Floaters on the Move. I would also take a look at this link. I think this link works. So to get ready for the test drive, guys, these are the 20 lessons. And also, just give me a moment here. So if you're going to take the test drive, get a little bit, do some preparation for Monday, all right? So that you have a bit of an idea about what the program is all about. When you click on my homepage and click on the education section, and if you scroll to the bottom here, educational videos, okay? Watch the videos, and literally starting off with trade ideas from scratch. So there's some good preparatory videos for you. As opposed to just showing up Monday morning completely clueless about what our program can do. Yes, Jess, you are able to set up voice to text or text to voice, yes. In an alert window, you'll notice if you right click and click on properties and then actions, and there's the play sound. And when you set up the sound, text to speech, text to voice is one of the options. Now, the idea though is you can put a sound alert on different alert windows. You want to have a unique sound alert for each window. You don't want to have them all text to speech, otherwise you'll never know which window to look at. So you can put one of them there, and then you can use custom sound, select, and we've got some folders here with a bunch of sound alerts within each. You can experiment, you can highlight it, you open, play it. If you like it, you can say okay a couple of times, and then that sound alert gets attached to the alert window that you started the process on. So again, James, if you go to my home page, and when you click on my home page, one of the sections is my scans. So you're not a subscriber yet, right? I mean, you're going to be taking the test drive, but one of the scans is low floaters on the move. So save my link, and you can take a look at it over the weekend. Now, of course, there's no live data on the weekend, but you can take a look at all these. KXIN, guys, yeah, I'm hearing it ring into my ears. They've entered the EV sector with some kind of an acquisition today. Okay, so right click on the alert window, click on properties, and then click on actions. Excuse me. And then check play sound, and then set up the sound. And one of them is text to speech if that's what you want. Otherwise, use custom sound, select, and then these are 3 folders. Each folder has some sound alerts in them. So you can click on one of them, open it, you can play it. If you like it, you say okay a couple of times, and then it gets attached. Okay, if you don't like it, go back to the select, pick another one. Okay, Luis, did you get that? And also, guys, if you're taking this test drive, you've never had trade ideas before. I mean, trade ideas, I don't want to say it's complicated. You can make it as complicated as you want. Especially if you think, oh my gosh, how am I going to learn every single alert and filter? Well, the easy answer is you don't have to. I mean, I hardly use any of them. Okay, I've got some very basic scans that are set up. Probably use about 0.5% of all the filters and alerts that are available. So you don't have to, if you want, you can take a look at them all. But I mean, you don't have to learn them all. But after 2 weeks, you're not going to be an expert at trade ideas. It'll give you a good taste, though, of what the program can do, and how much work you put into it to learn the program. It'll be a direct result of, or how the result will be depending on how much work you want to put into learning the program. But again, learning the program, there are some, like I just showed you how to create a sound alert. You may forget. I'm here. We've got support all the time. So don't think that when you take the program that you're completely on your own. This room is like this, 9 to 3, Monday to Friday. We've got support all day, well, yeah, basically all day long also. Other types of support, account support. We have a YouTube room that another trader takes over between 12 and 1. You can ask them questions. Yeah, I'm not sure there's really a lot you can do about that. So, okay, here's eCore. Okay, so, excuse me. Well, I've got a 2-minute, okay, as an example. Okay, so there's eCore showing all this data. MVST, let's take a look. Okay, so MVST, it's either a symbol name change or an IPO here. I can't tell you. That's the reason. So it started trading as MVST here. That's the reason. AUPH, let's take a look at AUPH. Now there's that 200-day 1363. Will, as Real says, will that block it and have it start moving down? It is an earnings play. This had a great day here. A great day. I remember this day. It went from 11 all the way up to 1450. Meanwhile, BYSI, on the move, rebounding dramatically actually from the lows. Looked like it was going to take out 20. No, I haven't taken any trade yet. But God, the other thing too, guys, is if you think you're in the room because I'm going to tell you what to trade, you're in the wrong room. First of all, of course, I'm answering a lot of questions earlier than I normally would, which is absolutely fine. Next week is going to be probably a lot crazier. What I do though is I'll point opportunities out, and I'll say things like, well, I'll tell you what, if BYSE, got to this level, I'll be very interested. Doesn't mean, that you have to take the trade. I'm just pointing out an opportunity. But there are a lot of other great traders in this room that you can follow. This BCRX had a great end of the day yesterday. BCRX, and it is continuing. Look at this, had a great day yesterday. It was an earnings play, and this is a continuation now on earnings. If you have chart lag, Harry, do a refresh, okay? I had some chart lag a little while ago, and I just did a reset, okay? Reset the connection, and that seemed to get rid of it. Still understanding that this doc version is going to have a little more lag than you're used to. So BYSI, there it came in my watch list. Let's see, 2602, and it got up to 2738. Now, difficult for me to follow all of this when I'm, explaining things left and right, but this is definitely came from the watch list. See, my new single stock window is okay now. This is in the development. This is in I don't even know what version that's at. AI is quiet today. Nothing happening with the AI yet. Waiting for an options play or an option alert in my option scanner. Again, I'm not trading the options. I'm just looking for stocks that are having abnormal. Oh, wait a minute. Abnormal option activity. Okay, so this one showed up when I reduced the relative volume from 3 to 2, okay? Everything else is the same. Option volume minimum has to be 2,000 contracts. So this is actually, so let's just see. Here's Kim. Looks like it's got a lot of resistance right where it is. If you could ever break out here, it's not an earnings play. I don't know. I don't know technically in stock. If that's the case, I really don't know. All right, guys, MVIS. So the high yesterday, it still has a little bit of room to the high of yesterday. Definitely a meme stock. I guess they've got a hold of it today. $15. All right, so Save is on the way down. Spirit Airlines, Save. That's only down 2%, okay, or 3%. Not a big deal. All right, so, and he's not shortable for me and Interactive Brokers. Lost sight of the AUPH. So look what it did. There was a 1363. There's a 200-day moving average. As Real was pointing out, it may stall there, and as we speak, it has. It may, it may rebound. Ballard is BLDP is having a nice day. August 9th market hours. So this releases earnings next week on Monday, but it's coming into what I consider some pretty tough resistance. But you know, the WPRT, probably the fuel cell, definitely plug. They're all active today. EV plays. Meanwhile, MVIS continues its march. Actually a red bar ignored too on that 5-minute chart. The trigger would have been about 1437 or so. Red bar ignored. You see a green bar on the 5-minute chart. Then there's a red bar completely engulfed by the previous green candle. Then the next candle is green above the high of the red candle. That can signify trend continuation. Not all the time, of course, but it's something that many people look at. Just give me a moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, so there's AUPH right back up, guys. Right back up, challenging that 200-day moving average. Okay. So yes, it was a nice drop. If you were able to predict that it was going to drop from here, but now look at it, it through. So this could have, well, okay, let's take a look left on the daily chart. And 1404 is the next, I think that's the next high. Yeah, the next high is 1404. After that, 1476. If it can somehow make its way through all that, this could be a great continuation. It's an earnings play, so you know it's going to be active all day long. That is a given. I'm going to look at Zent. I mean, again, this is a buyout. It's an earnings play, but it's also a buyout, so you can always tell a buyout by looking how it flatlined. Okay, so here's another one from my watch list. MVST, not doing too badly, 1231, 1248 now, 1245 now. I'm not going to brand it a solid winner yet, but if it can take out the highs right there, there's the pre-market highs, guys, 1290 or so. And there goes AUPH. So yes, it did have a pullback, but it is strong now. Okay, what am I going to do here? Just give me a moment here. A bit of the challenge with the columns. Come on. Well, if you want to cover it all, JH, you know, look at, I mean, NASDAQ probably has most of them, but, you know, to be sure, New York and NASDAQ. Just give me a moment here as I'm trying to see if I move this over just a little bit. Is that going to... Jeez. Give me a moment, guys. I'm trying to get this time column. There. Okay. Wow, BT right back up, guys. This is a wild one. You know, if you're new to trading, you know, I would just try to forget about trying to trade this one. But BT, I mean, look what it did. Got all the way up to 1680. Pulls all the way down to 15. And they're right back up. So here's your $2 move. $19 or something is the next high looking left. 1949 is the next high looking left. So it's got room. But it'll be a wild one. Yeah, if we're more of a stock scanner, JH, okay? So this may not be the program for you if you're looking to trade like that. Also, I mean, trying to trade on a phone, we don't have a mobile app as such. I mean, we have a web-based version, but you know, it's going to look pretty jumbled. So it just may not be the program for you. Let's see if BT just explodes out of 17. Well, I don't know, but a target for it, you just, I mean, look left, just look left, okay? There's the next high looking left is 1902. Is that a target? I don't know. But I mean, that is the next high looking left. Now, if you're following real, he may put fibs, extensions, but, I don't have that. You just have to remember, this is very, very wild, okay? BTBT, I mean, it's a fairly, well, there's a low float, 15 million in the float, so it's a low float situation, and it's wild, fluctuates like crazy. So if you're going to take this, just make sure you don't take too many shares, because, it can sink, a dollar or two just like that. It can go up a dollar or two just like that. Always fun when you're in it when it goes up. Not so much when it goes down. Now there it goes, okay, so. So Riley, are you using the dock version, the latest version? Using the dock version? Oh, IB platform. Oh, okay. No, I don't have. I've not seen any. I've not seen any issues. Of course, I don't use IB's chart, so I can't. I really can't comment on that, whether it's slow or not. FireEye, guys, F-E-Y-E. What did I say? F-E-Y-E. FireEye on the way down. Look at this, broke down through the 200-day moving average. Earnings play, this could be one of those now from the 15 on. This could be one of those that we've seen this past week. Just a solid trend down all day. I mean, the next low looking left is 13 on the monthly chart. Looks like around 1369 or so, or 13. Can't tell. How about doing it this way? 1327. So it's got a lot of room on the monthly chart to move down, and that's the same on the weekly. Yeah, 1353. So 1353. So I mean, this has got a lot of room to keep moving down. Obviously, a disaster earnings release. So this I have to put an alert here around 1690. See if it takes out 17. HIMS, guys, HIMS, what are you doing? This is a IPO back here. Not been good at all. Another one of those IPOs. It's been a tough IPO season, guys. That's what I thought, Moo. I mean, somebody, I think even Zach said something about Boyd. getting into some business, and I don't blame him, of course, but some business that seemed to be completely unrelated to casinos. And I kept putting it up. I said, well, unless they've changed their business plan. AUPH, guys, strong. Trying to take out 14. Well, I mean, we have a volume spike. I mean, I don't know. I mean, we do have some volume alerts. If you look here, so this is actually as an alert, strong volume ratio, a 1 minute volume spike. You can try that. I don't know if you've tried this before. You know, these are sort of the alert. Corresponding to the filter values here, volume 1 minute. Okay, so you can try this 1 minute volume spike or strong volume. You play around with the ratios. Okay, so I don't know if that is already, when you say a feature request, we may already have what you're looking for. You might have to play around with it on the ratio side of it, but you can try it. I also, 7 monitors, that's a lot of monitors. I don't know how you get things done, but you know, if you can do it, it's a lot of things to look at. You might be trying to do too much. AUPH now, guys, through 14. AUPH. Boy, I mean, this is getting really interesting because it's now through 1404. The next high looking left is 1476. Now KPTI, I forgot to look at this one. KPTI, I believe, had a couple of downgrades this morning. Shoot, should have been looking right from the beginning. Had earnings yesterday, and not good. Obviously, there was a reaction, and it had a couple of downgrades this morning. Yeah, the uptick rule is in effect. It was down more than 10% yesterday, even though it's only down 8% today. Stock that was down 10% yesterday, the uptick rule will be in effect. So guys, again, if you have the premium service, you know that the AI was shorting FEYE. One of the reasons I was pointing it out. Again, AUPH now, looks like it wants a challenge. Remember, it was what, 1480 or so? Strong earnings play now. Right there. There's the next high looking left. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but that is the next high looking left. Around 1476. All right, keep an eye on FireEye. See if it takes out 17 with any gusto. All right, guys, I think what I'll do, it's a little, well, it's 10:17. Normally I do this around 10:20. So first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. I'm going to put the test drive link in to the room. All right, so I put the test drive link in. When you click on the link, this is what you'll see. A sign up form for the test drive. It starts on Monday. Now, you will have access to the program about an hour after the market closes today, okay? So you can play around with the program over the week, well, for the balance of today and on Saturday and Sunday. And get ready for the Monday open when the data is live. And so what is the test drive? So for $11.11, you'll get 2 weeks, 10 trading days with trade ideas, just as if you were a premium subscriber. When the test drive is over, it's over. Don't worry, we don't put you into a subscription. There's nothing for you to do, nothing for you to unsubscribe from. If you do want to take out a subscription later, great. We'll have a nice promo code for you. But don't worry, we don't put you into a subscription. Common question. If you have our standard service and you would like to try our premium service for the 2 weeks, you can do so. It'll cost the $11.11, okay? And if you're going to take the test drive, my advice is to get prepared for it. And I'm going to put a link in, a couple of links in here. Okay, so I just popped in something. Now it's called 20 Lessons for Non-Subscribers, okay? I guess the link I have in my homepage, you had to be a subscriber to take a look at it. So in this one, you don't have to be, all right? All right, guys, keep an eye on ZY. This actually showed up on my option scanner on the way down, so you might want to keep an eye on ZY. ZY. Okay, so there's the 20 lessons. The other thing, absolutely, take a look at my homepage, all right? Again, if you're going to do this, you really, get prepared for it. So if you go to my homepage link, click on the tab. Again, this is what you'll see. Just give me a moment here. Okay, so this is what you'll see. So one of the sections is education. And if you scroll down to where it says educational videos and click on watch the videos, this is starting trade ideas from scratch, okay? It's a long video, but it's well worth it. If you're going to take this seriously, spend the time. The other thing is in that educational section, if you are new to trading, brand new, take a look at this back to basics. All right, this is free. It starts off with what is a stock. So if you're new to trading, take a look at this. So you can be new to trade ideas and also new to trading. So spend some time on the weekend to get, somewhat that's a tough word. Get familiar with trade ideas. And also, if you're new to trading, this is a great little 36 part. These are short videos. Just kind of get yourself, your head around, well, what is trading all about? Now, on my home page, you click on my link. Now, if you want to take out a subscription right now, you're sold. Here's a promo code you can use. Barry 4 Alpha for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. If you click on Get Trade Ideas, this is how much it costs. So we have an annual and monthly for premium and standard. So an annual premium is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Monthly is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI, which I'll go over in a bit. There are some other differences, but that's the major difference. You don't have to have an annual plan. You want to go monthly, that's fine. $118, $228, standard and premium. You can apply the discount to the first month only. Okay, only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. The reason I emphasize that, we get so many emails saying, hey, how come I'm paying full rate after that first month of discount? On my homepage also, you can get the trade of the week. So this, the stock of the day, and all the education, all free. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video around noon every day. And I'm going to go over the education right now again. The 20 lessons. Now again, if you're not a subscriber, use the other link, okay? If you're a subscriber, you can use this, you can take this. Daily support sessions. You'll hear me refer to a YouTube room all day long. So at around noon, I take a break. One of the other traders takes over moderating the YouTube room between 12 and 1. Today, it should be Andy. I'll put the link in before I take my break. Daily webinars. So I'm almost sure they're going to be canceled for the next 2 weeks because of the test drive. But when we get back to a normal schedule, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Again, the educational videos, back to basics, and some trading ebooks. There is a lot of information on my homepage, so save the link. So you can take a look at all this later on, including my scans. So this is my scan section. Obviously, you have to be a subscriber, but here's my layout that I'm sharing. So, if you're part of the test drive, wait an hour or so after the market closes today, you can actually take a look at the layout that I've got, that I'm sharing, and I have a lot of individual scans that I'm sharing. Okay? He's back, David, he's back. Okay, just give me a moment, please. Okay, I'm keeping an eye on this fire eye just in case it challenges that 17 level again. I was kind of hoping it would take out 17 and just move down from there. Remember, the next low looking left is way down here on all the time frames, I think 13. So, but we'll see. Maybe this is a momentary blip up. I'm going to stick an alert around 17.16 and see if it moves down from there. Yeah, they might, Harry. All right, guys. So again, if you're new, what the heck is Trade Ideas? Well, we're a scanner. We scan the U.S. markets, all right? That's what we do. Doesn't matter who your broker is, what broker you're using, doesn't matter where you live in the world. You can use Trade Ideas. This is an example of a scan. I call it basic new highs and lows. If I right-click, this is right-clicking on an alert window, a top list window, and most of the windows always brings up a contacts menu that looks like this. So if I right-click and configure, and if I click on summary, this is what it's telling me. This is what it's looking for in this scan. Now this is what I'm looking for. Just a second. So in this scan, I'm looking for stocks between 1 and 20. The price is between 1 and 20. Current volume, a very powerful filter that we have. It has to be trading at least 4 times normal up to this point of the day. Minimum of 400,000 shares, etc. It's not so important what these values are. It's the concept of starting off with filters. Because if you didn't have filters and you're just looking for stocks making new highs or new lows for the day, you'd be inundated with thousands of alerts a day. So that's why you always start off with some filters. You know, you might have a price range you like to take a look at. You might have a minimum volume you want to trade, things like that. So when you look at this and you say, well, I like the concept, but I don't like the price range, that's okay. Just click on it. And you see, there it is. If I wanted to go, for between 10 and 20, and I click on the summary, see how it's changed. Okay, of course, I'm not going to do that. So if the stocks meet these filter requirements and a stock makes a new high for the day or a new low for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's why we get these alerts. The basic new highs, yeah, basic new highs and lows are on the scan. One of the scans I'm sharing, yes. It's also part of the layout that I'm sharing. So that is that's the basic concept of trade ideas. Now the good thing is you don't have to learn a programming language to do any of this. If I right click again, configure, and I click on search, these are all, when you see the icons that look like this with the white background, those are the alerts that we have. And then when it changes to this icon, these are the filters that we have. We feel we have enough filters and alerts that for the absolute majority of our customers, they can combine them to get the type of scan they're looking for. Okay? So, I repeat, no programming language to learn. It's almost like going to a restaurant and picking a la carte what you want and then creating it. Okay? Now, if you're starting out, again, you can go to my homepage and you can take a look at the scan section, and I'm sharing scans already. You don't even have to know how to create anything. I'm sharing my layout, I'm sharing my scans, and also in our toolbar, if you click on channel bar, I'm going to click on the dock channel bar, but if you click on channel bar, if you're not using the dock version, we have a lot of scans in here. These are all themed channels. So for instance, if I click on the momentum channel, what do I see? So here's the momentum channel, or a scan within the momentum channel. It's called Momo. So I click on the alert. Take a look at it. Do I like it? I don't know. It's taking a while. There we go. So there's CNTY. Is it an earnings play? August 6th, market hours. So it is an earnings play today, I guess. Yeah, obviously it's an earnings play today. So anyway, there's, if you wanted this one, if you looked at this and thought, you know what, this looks like something I should add to my layout. Now you can take a look, again, right click, configure, get used to doing that. Click on the summary and you can see the filters that are being used. Again, if you don't mind, what you see here, then you can go ahead and I'll show you what I'm going to do. I'm going to save it to the cloud. But if you wanted to change the price range, to 10 and 50, click on the summary and see how it's changed. So you don't have to change anything if you don't want to. But if you did, say OK. And now you can right click. Now, depending on the version, if you're not using our docked version, you just save or share to cloud. Otherwise, you duplicate into free floating window if you're using our dock version. And there it is. And then you just right click. Now you can save or share to cloud. Save it. Okay, and I'll show you why, what I've done. So you can kind of see, now listen, if you have changed something in the channel and then you go back to it, the change will not remain. It won't remain because our channel bar, everything in the channel bar, all these layouts, they're for everybody. So the fact you want to make a change to, say, a price range is not necessarily what everybody else wants to do. So that's why typically what people do is they go through each channel, they take a look at a window that they think, that might be interesting, and they save it to the cloud. Why? Because now is what you can do. If you start off with a blank slate, so you just have the toolbar at the top and you have a blank screen, or even if you do have a layout that you may have created, that's okay. Now you can start to bring back those windows one by one that you may have saved to the cloud. File load from cloud, and see Momo is up here. And just have to load it on another monitor. And now I can save, so if you have a layout already up and running, when you exit Trade Ideas, you'd always save your work, save it to the cloud, you can save it to your computer, and incorporate this as part of your layout. Okay, and you can start bringing back the individual scans that you took from the channels, one by one, and thereby creating a layout without really having to know how they were created in the first place. You don't have to start from scratch. So we try to make it very easy on you. Now, we'll talk about the AI. Well, everybody's interested in the AI. This is what the AI looks like, okay? This is my recommendation. And we're getting closer and closer and closer to getting rid of the Holly segments, okay? Don't worry about what it means by Holly Neo, 2.0, and Grail. This is what I would do. AI/Holly strategy trades window from the toolbar, click on new, and then this, and that's the window that will show up, okay? Now I've attached it to these other two, don't worry about that. On its own, this is what will show up. And you just wait for the alerts to happen. Nothing happens until at least 9:35. You notice the first alerts did not happen until 10. Okay? So you just wait for them to show up. Nothing for you to do. You have an entry price. You don't have to get it right at that price. You have a stop price. And how you manage the trades will be up to you. There was no video that says this is how you use the AI. My only suggestion is don't complicate it. Just have this window loaded and that's it. And how you're going to, I use it like a watch list all day long. I was talking about FireEye. I'm really interested to see if it takes out 17 later. As an example. So I use it like a watch list all day long. We do not recommend. Everybody wants to automate it. Get it. And by the way, the only thing you can't do, okay, in the test drive is if you have I'm going to have to explain what Brokerage Plus is first before I say what you can't do. This window you see here is called Brokerage Plus. This window, this blue window. And I'm going to put the Brokerage Plus link in. Okay. Now let me take a look at your image, Nick. Most important gappers. Where'd you get it? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, most important. I have no idea what the filters are. I mean, the gap. It seems to be. It's sorted on the gap up percent. Okay, so just do that. Put a minimum. I mean, you can use my gap ups. I don't know if that's it looks like that is, that's a topless window, right? Yeah. So, it's easy enough to do. Just create a topless window, make sure you have the gap percent filter, and then just sort on that column. Does that make sense? Just use our gap filter. So right there, here's a gap percent. You can maybe put a minimum and then make sure you show it as the column. And you should have some other filters like a price range maybe and a minimum volume and all. And then topless windows can be sorted on any column header. So just sort on that gap percent filter, and then you'll see the ones that have gapped up the most right at the top. Whether they're the most important, I don't know. All right, excuse me. So I popped in the Brokerage Plus link. 2 videos are here, all right? In this, no, did I forget to pop it in? Just a minute. Okay, so there's the Brokerage Plus. So there are 2 videos here. First video shows you how, if you have an interactive broker's account, and I'm hoping that E-Trade's been a little bit buggy, but I'm going to say if you have an E-Trade account, but if you have an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account, the first video shows you how you can connect. Notice Brokerage Plus, it says there's the option up here, and one of the options underneath it says live, the other is simulation. So that first video, the short one, shows you how you can connect your IB or E-Trade account. So you can actually use this window to trade if you want to from within Trade Ideas once you're connected to your IB or E-Trade account. All right. Now, again, if you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, don't worry. You can still use Trade Ideas. It's just a feature, an option that we have. That if you do want to use it, you can. It's there. The second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use the window. Okay, once you're connected. Now, the other huge reason, and I think we're going to have a lot of new people, probably. We have a lot of new people all the time in the trading room. But probably with the test drive, we'll probably have a lot of new people. You'll hear me say this all the time. Before you practice trading, use our simulator. It uses our Paper Trader Simulator. It uses our real-time data. Just one moment, please. Okay, so again, practice trading first before you commit money to the market, okay? I'm going to tell you a couple of things you may not want to hear. If you know, when you use our simulator, before you actually practice, before you start trading, if you can't make money in the simulator, forget about trying to make money when you start trying to trade your real account. Forget about it. The other unfortunate thing is that even if you can make money in the simulator, doesn't necessarily guarantee that you'll make money once you start trading your account. But absolutely practice trading first. All right, it's simple enough to do. You click on that sim, and the other thing is this is only available if you're using our downloadable app. It's not available if you are using the web-based version. Okay. So very simple to do. You just click on an alert symbol, it shows up. You pick how many shares you want to trade. You pick the price you want to go get in at. Most of you will click buy because you're going long. A lot of you don't want to short for whatever reason, but that if you do want to short, you click sell. So if I wanted to trade, let's just say I wanted to trade MVST, but I don't want to take it right now. Let's see. If it pulls down to 1163, right down here, okay, I may want to take the trade if it pulls down. I'm not saying I would take this trade. I don't like it. I'm just sort of trying to show you how something like that would work. See, lazy looks like it's now. I'm trying to find one that is moving higher. Funko's on the way down. GT, let's see GT. Okay, here's GT. Okay, that's at right at basically at the high. It is a earnings play. Okay, let's just say you wanted to trade GT, but you don't want to trade it right now. You want to trade it on a pullback. Let's say it pulled back down to this level here, 1640, right? Right at the bottom here. Okay, right around this level. Yeah, I'm just showing you how you can do this. So you pick how many shares. You put 1640. Both boxes. Okay, click the buy button. You'll see a blue line will appear on the chart. So if you want to leave it in, you can always get rid of it. I'll show you how you can do that. But if you want to leave this in, if GT gets down to 1640, it'll take the trade. Okay, that blue line right there. If I don't want to do it anymore for whatever reason, I just go to the order section and right click and cancel the order. Okay? Now, let's take a trade and let's, talk a little bit about money management. So important if you're just starting out trading. Okay, let's take this trade. Okay, I want to take the trade. I want to demonstrate money management. Let's see, 1668, 1669. Okay, let's say I wanted to take this trade. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to cancel that order. Let's say I want to take this trade right now. And I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to buy it at the oops. I'm going to buy it right at the market. The spread is only a penny, so that's okay. So see, it took the trade at 1671. I'm going to put a stop at 1651, and I will explain why. And you'll notice a red line will appear on the chart. So if I allow this to go down to 1651, it'll take me out for a $97 loss. So why did I pick 1651? Well, I did that to make the math easy. And when you get into a trade, unfortunately, they're not all going to work, and you have to have a price. In my opinion anyway, this is how I trade. I have a stop. There's a price I'll get out of the trade when I feel it's not working. Now, where to put that stop, that's where practice will come into play. I like to size up a chart, and I look at it and I think, okay, I think there's a good support area there. And so if it broke down through that support area, I should be out of the trade. That's how I do it. Some people will use moving averages. How you eventually do it will be up to you. Okay, I'm just showing you what I'm doing. But it's the concept, though, of understanding that not every trade is going to work. You have to have a price to get out of the trade when it's not working. Concept number one. Concept number two. When you get into the trade, don't think that, well, I'll take 100 shares every trade, 500 shares every trade, 300 shares every trade. How I do it, I vary the trade size based on how much I'm willing to risk on the trade. In this case, in the simulator, I know it's a bit of a rounding error, but I'm risking $100 on the trade. In other words, if the trade works against me, the most I want to lose is $100. How much you're going to risk will be, dependent on your account size. If you have a $5,000 account, obviously, well, I shouldn't say obviously, but you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I said, okay, I'll risk $100 a trade. And the other concept is don't vary how much you're willing to risk on the trade from trade to trade. Don't risk 100 the first trade, 300 the next trade, 50 the next trade. In my opinion anyway, it should be the same, within reason, the same amount every trade. So knowing how much I'm going to risk on the trade with $100, then the next step, a little quick math. There was my entry at 1671. I put the stop at 1651 to make this math super simple, because the difference between 1671 and 1651 is 20 cents. If I divide 20 cents into the $100 that I'm willing to risk, I get 500 shares. Okay? Yeah, if you click on the calendar, you'll see you will see your trade history, Peter. Okay, so two concepts, or maybe three concepts. Placing a stop, which will then shear size you, because placing a stop and knowing how much you're willing to risk on the trade, and then that'll shear size you. So place the stop, number one. Knowing how much you're going to risk on the trade in dollar amount, number two. That'll shear size you, number three. And then not varying how much you're going to risk per trade, number four. I guess there are four concepts. Fifth one now is maybe even the most important, obeying your stop. It's very hard sometimes. You get, when you first start trading, especially if it's your first trade, and you've been in this room, and people are talking about a certain stock, it had earnings, everything looks great, you get all excited, you place that first trade. Well, guess what? Just because we all think, I mean, we might have an opinion in the room that, wow, this looks like a really good, doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to work. So obeying your stop is the next, almost the most important thing, because if you start second guessing and start moving your stop down because you're stubborn, because you think it's got to work, hearing too many good things about it, and now all of a sudden, if you allow it to come down to this price, you're at $200, you still don't obey it, you move it down, goes down to this price, now you're down $300. You see where I'm going with this? Maybe eventually you finally sell. And instead of that $100 manageable loss, your loss is now maybe $500-600 or worse. Okay? So there's no excuse for not obeying your stop, really. All right? Well, the old excuse used to be, well, commissions are so expensive, I don't want to get churned out with my commissions. Commissions are so cheap now that should not be a reason to not obey your stop. Okay? So if you have IB or E-Trade, you can actually use our charts. Okay, and then, you can leave that, to take all the emotion out, you can leave it in there, and it'll take you out of the trade. If you don't have IB or E-Trade, then you can't do this on our charts, but your broker will have a very similar way to do it. Okay, so obey your stops. Well, Brokerage Plus is part of the standard service, if that's what you mean. Brokerage Plus is part of the standard service. Yeah, so David, I've never had E-Trade. I have no idea. I know William has E-Trade. Maybe he can shed some light on that. I have no idea. Never had it. Okay, guys, FireEye looks like it's trying to take out 17 now after that little move up. So Dova, again, when you say is B plus a free platform, it's part of the standard service. I don't use level 2, no. If you can find a way to use level 2 and it helps you, great. I'm just not a big proponent of it. I think there are too many games played, bids and ask it put in and yanked. So that's why I don't use it. But hey, listen, if you can find a way, I think Zach uses it and he seems to use it to his advantage. This is not my telling you shouldn't use level 2 because I don't, but I'm just telling you how I feel about it. Calendar is here. Okay? It's one of the tabs. If you don't see calendar as a tab, Peter, then it's just a matter of clicking on new from not up in our toolbar here, but new within Brokerage Plus and adding the calendar tab. Okay? Now, the only thing that you cannot do in the test drive with our premium service, and we don't recommend it anyway, so to me it's not a big deal. You cannot auto trade the AI using your if you have an IB or E-Trade account, okay? Using Brokerage Plus, you can't do it. Okay? We don't recommend it anyway, but that's the only limiting thing. If you create your own strategy and you want to auto trade it, you can do it. It's just you cannot auto trade the AI. Can't make Holly live. What do you mean by that? I mean, these are all live alerts. I don't recommend auto trading the AI anyway. I mean, there's no mad rush, okay, in my opinion, to get into a trade. You know, I mean, you get the alert at 1750. There's no mad rush, I think. You can poke around, kind of see what it's doing, see where the support is, if there's some support nearby, if there are resistance, or support on the way down on a short. I don't think there's any mad rush. I think people get way too hung up on, man, I got to get in right at that 750 mark. Okay? So you can trade it. Now, if you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, no problem. You just click on the alert. We have an external linking tool that we link with most brokers. All that is a time saver. You know, if for some reason we can't link to your broker, you can still use Trade Ideas. You can still use the AI. You would just have to type the symbol in, that's all. But I think people get way too hung up on trying to auto trade anything, certainly the AI. We use the term man and machine. Okay, the machine is giving you the alerts. How you trade them should be up to you. Okay. Well, I know about algo trading, but David, that is something that I've been asking for, okay, and I'm told it will happen, okay? When that happens, I don't know. Well, I don't know what you mean by live, Nick. These are all live alerts. These are all real-time alerts. You're getting hung up, I think, on auto trading. This is a live alert, okay? You get the alert, you see it. You know, we don't get too many. You can make up your mind if you want to trade it. Well, again, if you have an interactive, it doesn't matter who your broker is. I think you're getting hung up on thinking you need to use Brokerage Plus to trade the AI. No, it's just like saying I don't need Brokerage Plus to trade anything. Okay. So, you know, I mean, FireEye. We have an external, like, who's your broker? Who's your broker, Nick? Okay. So Brokerage Plus does not work with TD, all right? That doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. Never mind the AI. Okay? It doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. At the very, 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 very worst, if you wanted to trade FireEye in your TD account, you would type the symbol into your order entry. Okay, at the very worst. But we do link, you know, we have an external linking tool so that it saves you the step. It's just a time saver. And this is for other people too, not just you, Nick. It's a time saver with our external linking tool. So if you don't have IB or E-Trade, you have, say, TradeStation or something else, we link with many brokerage platforms. And all linking is a time saver. You click on the link, instead of you having to type the symbol into your order entry, it appears there. And then from your from the broker platform that you have, you trade it. Well, Holly is not trading. It's not like we have Holly is not like Trade Ideas. Holly's not trading. It's an alert system. It's showing you an entry price. It's showing you a stop price. How you trade it will be up to you. Okay? I mean, at this point, sure, this is up 3.3%. This hasn't moved. This is, down. This is down 0.15%. Okay? How you trade it will be up to you. I think you're hoping, and it's just not going to happen, that you can just somehow auto trade the AI, turn it on in the morning, and count your money in the afternoon. Okay? It's just not going to happen. Some days it could, but it's, how we recommend using it, it's more or less like a watch list. I don't want to, increase anybody's expectations or that's how it works. It doesn't work that way. Yeah, I mean, it's like a great watch list. You don't have to do anything. You just wait for the alerts to happen. Not unlike, I've got a watch list here, my own watch list. I've got my option scanner. Nothing's happened in here on the long side. I use it like a watch list. It doesn't mean that when I get an alert, I immediately hop into the trade. Okay? For me, I've been trading a while, okay? If I thought auto trading was the way to do it, I would do it. Okay? The one thing you can do, you want to see how it works, auto trading, you want to see how it works, you can use the simulator. Okay, we do allow that in the test drive. You can use the simulator. You can turn all the strategies on. You need to turn them all on. But you have to watch that video. That second video goes into a lot of this. You enable 9 strategies. They're all on. Now they'll auto trade, okay? In the simulator. You can see how it would work. So again, before you would even think about, wanting to auto trade the AI with real money, see how it works. You can use the simulator, see how it works. Yeah, I mean, some people, what they'll do is they'll auto trade on the entries and then manage the exits on their own. They'll manage the exits on their own. Rick, are you talking about the Brokerage Plus? Are you talking about the Brokerage Plus? I think you are. Okay, there it is. All right, now guys, so here's another thing. Notice here with the GT, okay, we took this trade in the simulator, and this is one that carried over Flexion from yesterday. Wanted to leave it in just to show you what you can do. So if you don't exit a trade, okay, at the end of the day, you can use the simulator to practice swing trading. If you want to get it, now at this point, notice I was up $73 and I've allowed this to turn into a $61 loss. Probably that's not not good management. You guys can hear who's here. Well, you have to have IB definitely up and running. The other thing is here, flatline, okay, flatline, flatten. So you want to get out of a trade, you flatten it, you want to get out of half your trade, click half, you want to double your position, double. So these are some hotkeys that we have for you. And very important to take a look, at the max P&L. So this is what I was saying. So $73, I was up at one point, now I'm down 61. Probably not good money management, right? Yeah, I don't want to go over the reverse button. Most people can get into trouble using it unless you really know how to do it. So if you know how to do it, then you know who you are. So I have these three columns here. I think they're great columns to have. Today's profit, max P&L, and distance from exit price. Okay. So what I'm just going to get out of this trade. I'm just going to flatten it, get out of the trade. Okay. To show you how you do that. Notice I'm not. The position should go to 0. There we go. Okay. So $60 loss. I was up 73. Not great money management, but now here's the trade we're in the simulator. So there's the max P&L for GT is 97. Right now, I'm up 80. Okay, so the max, if I got out right at the very, very top, right at this, to the penny, come on, right there. Obviously, right there at 16.91, I would have been out for $97. Okay, so right now, though, I mean that's not a huge difference between the max P&L and what I'm up. Okay, in the simulator. But what you wouldn't want to see, you know, and this is not the worst thing, but you don't want to see something like a max P&L of 500 and then you've allowed that to turn into a loss or only up $52 as an example. Okay, you should be watching your P&L like it's your real money, even though it's a simulator, just like it's your real money. Okay, you don't want to have a nice large gain turn into a smaller gain or even worse, a loss. Now the other great little column, and this will give you a good indication about how good are my exits. Okay, so at this point right now, this is starting to drop. Let me just exit. I want to show you something. I'm going to exit, okay, the GT. So now we'll pay attention to the distance from the exit price. So if you were long a trade, in other words, you bought it hoping it was going up, and you got out of a trade, what you want to see here in the distance from exit price, you want to see a nice big negative number, because that would tell me, oh great, because where I got out, it's way below. Okay, so that would be a good exit. Now if you don't have these columns, these are all, you just have to click on any column header, right click on columns, and it's all in alphabetical order, and you can add those columns. I would suggest you do that because this will be a good gauge of how good are your exits. Now, there's no way you're ever going to get out at the absolute top, okay? Well, I'm not saying no way, but, you know, I mean, it's very rare that you'll get out right at the very top and then have it drop afterwards. Well, don't use TD paper. Don't trade it in TD paper. You use our simulator. Make it easy on yourself. Use our simulator. It uses our real-time data. Okay. So don't. I mean, if what I'm understanding is that you're going to use the paper trading mode within TD, use our simulator. Make it easy. It uses our. Okay. All right. I can show you how to backtest. Okay, I don't backtest. Simulator doesn't have any restrictions on shorting. Okay. Now, the only thing is, father of two, congratulations. Make sure. I mean, if you're going to use this, you're obviously way over the $100,000 limit. So they can reset it for you. They, as in our crack support team. Okay, so go to our homepage and give them your email that you're using and ask them to reset your, because we give you $100,000 to start off. Okay, so you're obviously over that limit. So backtesting. So I don't backtest anymore, okay? But I'll show you, the concept of it. So you start off with an alert window and backtest strategy. You can have a start time, an end time, You know, this is all obviously adjustable. A timed exit, you know, what time you want to get out, things like that. So that's up to you, but I'm just showing you the concept. I don't do it anymore. It takes, you know, we have very few of our customers, I think, that actually do back testing, but those who do have the time and energy and the will to spend time doing it, because it's not easy. Because, you know, I'm going to show you. I'm going to simulate the buy on that. Okay, so you see right off the bat, I mean, this would be even you might say, well, why am I possibly using this? This is because I don't care how it back tests, because I want to see the alerts, and you know, it's a watch list, so I trade them as I see them. Okay, but you know, if this were truly a strategy that you thought you would like to use, well, you wouldn't, because look what's happened. Okay, now here's where it gets, you know, the optimization. You can start to look at it, well, okay, was there a price range that was better? Was there a time of day that was better? You know, you don't want to fine tune it so much. You know, you don't want to, because form fit it, whatever that, I can't remember the term. I know there's a term. Curve fit, that's the term I wanted. But that's the idea of it, okay? So why is this? I mean, this is a really, I mean, it's fun if you got the time and all, and you create a strategy that you think might work. You can back test it, and then, you know, see how that equity curve was. You know, if it's moving at least up, then you can say, okay, maybe then you can start to tinker with the settings, the optimization of it. You've got all sorts of, you know, there's filters that you can play around with. I mean, it takes time. So I'm not here to tell anybody how to backtest. You know, it's not something that most of our customers do, but there it is. Now that is part of our premium service. You know, if you have our standard subscription, we give you 10 just to try it. But it is part of our premium service, but it will be available during the test drive. Okay, you know, unlimited. So for those of you who are kind of, I guess I'll call you kind of geeky, that want to create a strategy and see if it, you know, how well it would work, have at it. All right. You know, here's another one, guys, that is just skills, SKLZ, just tanking after earnings on the third all-time low. Well, I guess not quite an all-time low. I guess there's the all-time low, 1240. I'm sorry, must be something lower. No, this is, well, I think this is an all-time low. Not too many halts today. WKSP just got halted. I see WKSP Worksport just got halted. Ton of rooms. Well, not a ton of room, but room though. And that halts resumes. One of the scans that I'm sharing. Okay. If you're unfamiliar with halts and resumes, so stocks, when they do something like this, have a volatile move, you can see the description, it's halted because of volatility. Sometimes it's a news halt, like the stock gets halted because some news is impending. Most of the time we see in here, it is now these are all SPACs. These are, when it just says resumed, when it hasn't been halted before, this means that it's an IPO. I hate calling these SPACs IPOs, but you know, there they are. But typically the halts are 5 minutes long. So if this is a 5-minute halt, this will open at 4 seconds after 11:15. I would say that at least 90, maybe 95% of volatility halts are 5 minutes long. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm now back. He just did. MT, just look above. Okay. You guys are talking about Groupon, and my guess is that this is a big earnings play. Miss? Let's see. Or is there some other reason? August 5th post-market? Yeah, so release earnings after hours. Now, Groupon must have done a reverse split, right? There's no way that it was up here. They must have done a reverse split at some point. Yeah, ages ago, because I remember this was a single day, and I'm still amazed it's still around. I'm just amazed. Yeah, but earnings met, revenues miss. So a revenue miss, earnings meet, and maybe guiding poorly. I don't know. One for 20th back in 2020. Yeah, so it's not that long ago. So about a year ago. I remember that, 1 for 20 exactly. I remember when this was just a. We'll divide 20 into that. That's the real price of Groupon. Yeah, 70 cents. I thought it was under $1. Have you guys been around a long time? I mean, you remember Groupon was like a huge. I get the email every single day. New coupon for this, coupon for that. CYTK, let's take a look at CYTK. David in our YouTube room is talking about CYTK. Yeah, well, it's almost an all-time high. Definitely interesting. It had earnings on, well, had earnings actually, I guess post-market. So on the yesterday afternoon, first reaction wasn't great, but this is almost an all-time high now for CYTK. Thank you, Real, for spending the time and answering these questions. Yeah, you put in your 3 hours, yes. So I haven't even looked at the market. Dow is up, SPY's up a little bit, but tech. Remember when we looked at the spider sectors before the market opened, and tech and communications were weak, and they've maintained that. Yeah, BTBT is also moving higher. Crypto play, it's been choppy. I mean, you know, we had a high of 1721, gets down to just under 16. But I mean, you can kind of, okay, the trend is up, but it's choppy. Low float, probably one of the lowest floats of the crypto plays. All right, guys, not getting too many new alerts. 12 PBCT. So I also have, I mean, you can take a look at this. This is my bouncers toppers. Okay, it's one of the scans I'm sharing, and it looks like this. So if it's orange, how I've color coded it is that it's a potential short, and if it's green, like CVET, that's a potential bounce. Okay, now there was the alert. It didn't bounce from there. Doesn't, 100% is not, just because you get the alert does not mean it's going to do what you want it to do. Certainly not right off the bat anyway. Look at BTBT, guys. Oh man. Again, you're going to take this one, just be careful. Let's take a look at Bitcoin, GBTC, ETF for it. Yeah, there's a pop right there. Yeah, look at that pop. So this is obviously, so yeah, you mentioned the Mara and the Riot. But I have found that BTBT kind of trades a little bit on its own. Now, I may be following it a little more closely today. And why I say that is, I showed this yesterday, I think in the showed this yesterday in the trading room. Oops. Oh, here it is. Ah, that's what I don't like. Okay, just a minute, just a minute. Do not open in a dock window. Here we go. Okay. Okay, so this is what I was going to show you. So here's your daily chart for GBTC. Remember this drop right there? Here's your daily chart for BTBT. Look at the move up. There was a big disconnect between BTBT and Bitcoin. You know, because this was a big move down, and yet this was moving up. So this and I think, you know, one of the reasons probably is the float is so low, but it's trading a little bit more on its own, not following exactly what Bitcoin is doing, as opposed to a Mara. You know, I mean, look at Mara. My guess is Mara is going to be very, very similar. You know, I mean, there's the move yesterday. There's the move today. Mara kind of was flat, whereas Bitcoin was moving down. But anyway, I think BTBT definitely is the more aggressive way. But it's also more aggressive. Yeah, bigger gains, also bigger losses. All right, guys. Have I answered? I apologize if I haven't answered every question. If I've missed a question, just repost it, please. All right. Well, I don't see any questions. Okay. Everybody knows everything. Great. All right, just clicking on some alerts, seeing if there's anything interesting. Nothing from my option scanner, guys. Not on the way up, anyway. Well, I'll be exiting the room in about half an hour, so that's kind of my. It's not really a break, guys. If you saw what I actually do in the so-called break, but not like I'm sitting around doing nothing. Yeah, I am. Nothing really exciting happening. 2188. Well, let's just say, well, okay, the Kim. I mean, the alert was at 2188. I'll just show you what I'm talking about. There it is, Kim at 2188, and then KDMN at 492. Let's see if maybe if it can somehow take out 5. What's the high right there? 487. The high over here is 5. It's got to take out 5. Because then the next high is 573 in the monthly chart. So it really has to take out 5. Do I know Cam? I don't know anybody. Yeah, well, when you say do I know Cam, what do you mean by that? You mean do I know Cam personally? I don't know anybody personally, if that's what you mean. Yeah, just a slow day for the things that I'm watching. That's all. I mean, I'm not saying nothing else is moving. Of course, there are things that are moving. Do I know him? No. Again, Peter, I knew I'm not for the stuff I'm watching. And let's see, we have an IPO that just launched. ADGI. ADGI. So this is an IPO. Notice it shows up as a resume. This is one of the quirks about our resumes. If something is an IPO, I would say 90% of the time it shows up here as a resume. The only thing I'm really, guys, the only thing I'm kind of watching is the BTBT. I just want to see if it makes a massive breakout here. You know, I mean, it's just flirting with this area. I think I have a price alert set right up here. No, there's no torturing of dogs going in the background. So, ooh, sugar! It just did it. It just did it. Doggone it. I put the alert right there. I was going to take some in about 1725. I may pull back. I mean, it is so wild, but yeah, so our dog had her teeth cleaned a couple of days ago and had a bunch of extractions, so she's that's the sound you hear in the background. Okay, Real. We'll see you in a couple of weeks. I mean, it still may come right back down, but I probably would have traded it out. I mean, I don't trust it, you know, to keep going higher and higher and higher. No, he's just kind of kidding. He's in the Eastern time zone. Real typically when we have a test, though I will say this, I mean, the test drive, I don't know how many we're going to have signed up. The test drive, yeah, I get a lot of questions, especially the first couple of days, but then it seems to settle down in terms of the deluge of questions. We also have a lot more support, not just the room, that is set up for questions. So it's not quite as bad as it used to be. When I say bad, I mean it's not bad, but the questions seem to dry up after the first couple of days. I mean, we always have questions. I mean, even not during test drive, we always have questions, but all right, NCTY. I know if Zach could hear me, NCTY, going along with Bitcoin, BT, and it's another low float. So see, we've got a couple of real low floaters. BT, and also NCTY. What do you mean by what happens to BTBT, Sarika? What do you mean by that exactly? It's crypto is popping today, so it's a crypto play, if that's what you mean. NCTY guys on the move. Again, it'll be probably as wild, if not more wild, than BTBT. Just because of the float. Now it is, well, they're both China stocks, right? BTBT is a China stock also. No, I'm sorry. No, it isn't. It isn't. It's a U.S. stock. So one's China and one is U.S. A while, Dova. Late 90s. All right, guys, 11:35. Okay, so still a little bit of time before I take off. Again, BT. Again, if you're going to trade this, just be careful. Do not wander away from your computer, okay? Looks like it's really going to try to challenge that 18 level. Again, the next level looking left is that 1949. There's the high looking left. I'm not saying it's going to, is that right? 1902, sorry, 1902. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there. Yeah, so Rika, I mean, it's just a pure crypto play. So when you look at crypto, look at the pop it had. This is I don't want to say the ETF, but it seems to be the one that everybody knows about, even though it's a pink sheet stock. It's crazy. But, look at the pop that crypto is having right now. 15-minute chart for crypto. So that is obviously accelerating all the crypto plays, including BTBT. Keep an eye on the AUPH, guys. It held 14 pretty nicely. AUPH, earnings play. AUPH held 14 pretty nicely right there. Okay, and it's starting to move. And the high of the day was around 1442 or so. 1439. The next high looking left is 1476. So, I mean, it's got a little bit of room still to that high. And just a great reaction to earnings today. We've got something going on now with my single stock windows. Maybe it's not an earnings play. Just a minute. Alright guys, something has happened here. Again, this is the beta that I'm on, and the earnings date is not showing up now. Maybe do a refresh, maybe that'll help. Okay, just give me a moment. I have to alert our developers that something is amiss here. Just give me a moment, please, guys. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm just conversing with development. All right, what's happening? BTBT is still strong. Yeah, sorry guys. I mean, we're really, we have to make sure that whatever release that we're going to unleash on the test drivers and anybody else has to be working properly, of course. And something's happened. You can see the earnings date has disappeared. My position in ranges, and this something is, you know, has been resized. So I'm alerting them to that. I'm always the guinea pig for all these tests. Well, BTBT guys, approaching 18 now. Hey, we actually got, in fact, we got a couple. Okay, just a moment from the option scanner. Just a moment, my headset just died. Let me just, give me a moment. All right, guys, back, and so we did get a couple. Actually, we're getting some now. BTBT and AUPH. Stop it. And the other one, BITF. I'll show you what I'm talking about. AUPH, guys, rippage now. So this is what I'm talking about, okay? It took a while, didn't get anything in the option scanner. So there's BTBT, 1786. I know it popped up, 1820 now. AUPH, alert was at 1440. It hasn't, okay, it's not moved that much from the alert, but that could, you know, that could change. And then there's the other Bitcoin play, 574. Let's see what it's done. Not much yet. Certainly BTBT though moved. Yeah, the problem is, oh, I see. So I haven't lost them. It's just that it got resized. Okay, but let me see. Just give me a moment here. See if I can resize this so I can. Yuck. Ugh. Yeah, the resizing. Man, oh man, what am I going to do here? I think I know what I can do. Just in time for my break anyway. So I'm gonna miss all these early ones, but I'm gonna have to. I want to reload the layout. So I don't want to save my layout. Okay, guys. So just give me a moment here. Well, there's nobody to talk to, Scott. We have that video series that you can take a look at, the 36 video. But first of all, just let me get my trade ideas up and running again, okay? All right, cross my fingers. I think we're going to be okay. Yeah, okay. I think I know what happened. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I just got to make sure this is working. So we're back to normal. I know what happened. Okay, so there's nobody to talk to, Scott. I mean, all I can tell you is, or suggest, is that you take a look at the 36 videos, okay, that if you go to my homepage. I mean, we know, listen, trading is hard. Trading is hard. So if you go to my homepage and click on my homepage link, and if you haven't done this already, I suggest that you take a look, click on the education section and scroll to the bottom here where it says back to basics. At least it gives you a bit of a, well, that's what it is, back to basics, starting off with what is a stock, okay? This is not going to teach you necessarily how to trade, but it'll give you some of the basics. But there's nothing other than hard work and looking at a lot of charts, things like that. That's the only thing, you know, when you get some experience. Nothing can replace that. All right, guys, I'm just going to want to make sure that it is Andy who is going to be in the YouTube room. All right, guys, just give me a moment. Something's running up. WPRT in Cincinnati. I had to say it, guys. WPRT is actually an earnings play today, so it is starting to move again. You know, kind of chopped around for a long time. And that actually, so that's actually in the option plays scanner. Yeah, so much happening in the background for me on this development stuff that it's hard for me to concentrate on anything other than that. We have to make sure this is working well. WPRT, guys, WPRT. My issue with these all the time, so close to that whole number, 5. You know, I just think it's psychological for it to try to get through 5. It may just break right through, but all right, guys. Andy has acknowledged that he will be in the YouTube room at probably just before noon. So I'm just going to put my announcement in. Oops, better spell it right. So I'll be back around 12:40. So I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. Oh, I should also put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there while I'm on break. Well, again, it's not really much of a break. I do my video and I do a few other things, so it's just a break from talking. That's all it really is, just a break from talking. All right, guys. So again, if you were in this one, just obviously you got to be careful. Don't wander away from your computer on it like with a BTBT. Okay, you got to trade it. CFLT, what are you doing? CFLT, a little more expensive one. Earnings play, August 5th, post-market, earnings play. Has some little bit of room, you know, the 46 level up here in the daily chart. A little bit of room. If you're into something a little more expensive. I guess this was an IPO a couple of months ago. It's not a disaster IPO. I mean, you can see so many IPOs have done something like this. You look at the monthly chart and it's just been straight down. It's not been a good IPO season. Yeah, it should be fun, Alan. All right, guys, I think Andy is going to show up any second. He is. There you are, Andy. I see you're streaming now. Okay, guys, I'll first of all, Andy, I'll stop streaming.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Hey, Kev. How are you, buddy? All right, Mike C. What's going on, man? All right. Looks like we have made contact. Welcome to the Friday edition of the support webinar. Yes, my man, Mike C. How are you, buddy? I've had a nice... coming back from a nice vacation, back to the salt mine, so they say. Hi, Grant. How are you? As we kind of wind down the final weeks of summer, we got a few weeks left. Noticed did have our Hall of Fame football game. That's usually when I start seeing football. That's usually a sign to me. Okay, summer may not be too far from coming to an end. Except in Texas, where we still probably have a couple of more months as far as the weather goes. Yeah, Grant, thank you. It's good to be back. It's always good to be back. But man, yeah, I hope you guys have been. I was tickled yesterday when I got back. I told the guys, well, the market's about the same place it was when I left it. So not a whole lot of movement, although we can say we're sitting up here at all-time highs, as we've been able to say a lot over the last few years. You know, it's funny that I did. I sold. I was in Twitter. I basically just scratched it. I got tired of it. I was in Twitter. Bought it on this day right here after it reversed, and it's like the only thing I was in. I just didn't want to, you know. But I actually sold it, I believe, on. I think it was this day right here. Maybe, yeah. Gave it a while, man. Gave it 3 or 4 days, and then I was too busy running around having fun at the beach and golf courses and things like that. I just didn't want to be bothered with it, and I sold it for a very, very tiny, almost a scratch. Just man, that thing just cannot get anything going. But other than that, no, I haven't been doing anything, man. And it was nice. It was nice not to have to worry about trading. It's a tough market. It really is. I mean, you look at you know, the Qs are down today for some reason. Well, the IWM was doing better, but it's not doing all that great either. If it can get back above today's high, may start trying to do things. But boy, that thing hasn't done anything all year. To me, it's just, I mean, we may just keep grinding higher, but boy, I just do not feel like it's the reward to risk is real favorable right now. Of course, you say that, and then we just kind of keep creeping. We'll keep creeping higher probably, but I'm fine. I mean, to For me, I'd rather get out and kind of wait for my pitch. That doesn't mean I can't find some individual stocks. I'm sure I'll find some individual stocks to trade and scalp and do whatever. But let's see what's leading the charge. KRE's having a good day, but so kind of typical. I think the banks obviously are going to do well in this environment when you have good jobs numbers, and of course the dollar's strong. Banks always like a strong dollar. While you're seeing some interest in the KRE and XLF, both banking ETFs. But I'm not sure how long this will last. I think it's in anticipation of maybe some tightening, some end of tapering or something like that. But we'll see. We'll see. They've had a hard time shutting down their printing machines. I know that. All right, we are starting our test drive. As a matter of fact, I think if anybody's in here and you are maybe in here for the first time, or maybe you're a regular, but you're finally taking the test drive, I'm thinking you may have access pretty soon if you don't already have it now. Historically, you've gotten access after the close on Friday, but I guess an email went out that said you guys are going to be ready for access maybe around this time right now. So, yeah, Grant, you might want to see if you can log in and get access. If not, it may it could be another 30 minutes to an hour or so. But I heard it's pretty close. Oh, good, Rick. I'm glad Shante helped you this morning. All right. Test drive first timer, welcome, Jeff. I think you're going to enjoy it. We'll be having these webinars, these support webinars every day for you guys to come in, ask questions. What I'll do, I'll drop a couple of links in there. I'm sure you got most of them with your email. Yeah, I know we provide you with some good resources, to kind of get going with the product. But in case you missed it or didn't see them, let me pull this up here, and I will. Let me pull it over here so I'm not all jacked up here. Okay, this is a good one, starting from scratch. This is a quick 1-hour video for those who, may not want to take the time. If you just want kind of a quick start, that's a 1-hour video that kind of runs over. It's a little bit outdated. Okay, you're not going to have you're not going to have, we need to do another one now that we have the the docking windows. So the docking windows are not going to be in there. But let me just go ahead and give you the docking version too. Hold on here just a minute. All right, here's the window on how the dockings work. And let me go ahead and throw TI University in there as well. And that's TI University is more of an in-depth look. It's like 4-part course. So let me throw that in there as well. All right, there's 101. All right, here's TI University for those who want to grab it and take an in-depth view, a look at the product. This is 4 hours worth of information. So That'll definitely get you going. Get you something to do over the weekend. This is a great format, even though it officially doesn't start on Monday. You get access today, and that'll give you time over the weekend to, our servers run 24/7, so you'll be able to log in and start creating, playing around with it. And that's what I would recommend. So you're ready for Monday morning, when the market opens and you're getting live real-time data, you're ready to go. So that's what I would advise. Don't want to just put this aside until Monday morning and then start diving into it. Just go ahead and take advantage of the weekend to familiarize yourself with it, because it does take some time. And I'm sure most of you are going to be pulled up. Oh, you're welcome, Rick. Yeah, it really helps out. And for a lot of you, what you might want to do is just go to our new, all right, and pull up the docked channel bar. Okay, and these are going to have all the channels in here. If you just want to get a quick glimpse of different themes, different sectors. This is just a really nice little layout for you to just pull up and start using right away. And what I would recommend too is take a look at when you're in here, take a look at some of these filters, and to see, this will help you when you start building your own windows. You'll get a great idea of a lot of these filters and how they work, how you can utilize them. Some really good stuff in there. So yeah, get into that docking channel bar and start playing around. Pre-market's probably one of the most popular one. This is a great thing to pull up before the market opens. Gives you just a really nice look at the up gappers and the down gappers. We also have a pre-market movers and M window up here that will give you stocks hitting pre-market highs and lows and volume and things like that. So this is a great little homework going into the trading day. All right, looks like we have a question here from Mike. All right, Grant is in. That is great news, Grant. Is it possible to create a blank window and add my own stocks to it? Then run some alerts based on just the stocks I added to that list. Absolutely. And you can, we'll show you how to do that in the in that first link that I dropped up in there. Also, we'll show you how to do that in TI University. I'm not sure which one it is, if it's in number 1 or 2. It's in one of those. But really, just remember, you can go to our tools, all right, and go to symbol list. Okay, so what you'll do is you'll just click on symbol list. Let me make this, stretch it out a little bit. And I have a lot of symbol lists in here. And what you want to do is just create new list. All right, and just want to give it a name. We'll just call this the test 50. Okay. Now, once you've created that list, that's all you've done is created it. There's nothing in there. So you want to go down here and click on it, and you want to go to Edit List. And this is where you can just start dropping, symbols in here. Just do a symbol. Enter, and so forth. If you do have them in a format like in an Excel file or something like that, you can copy and paste as well. You can copy and paste into this symbol list, just like a Word doc. So, and then once you do that, you just click OK, and now you can see my symbol list down here. Test 50 has four symbols in it. Now, all you want to do is when you create, you've already created the symbol list now. So what you want to do in your case is you can create either an A window or a T window, alert window, or a top list. And let's just go ahead and do an alert window. And then you want to build it. Let's say you want to see if your stocks are hitting new highs. Maybe you also want to see if your stock is hitting a new low. All right, and you can also add some filters if you want to, but typically if you're doing a symbol list, you're really not, you know the list that you're following, so you probably won't do a whole lot of filters. But then you will come to symbol list, add existing list, and in this case, mine will be test 50. See if I can find it. There it is. And then you just want to click on your symbol list, and it says only the following list. So this is ready to go. So now, see, I have a list running, and this is, if I go through today, you'll see, if I run a history of the day, you can see that these stocks are hitting new, a lot of the ones I just added. Apple was hitting highs, so it's just like a high-low ticker there. So, Mike, I hope that makes sense to you. Now, I know if you're new to the product, that was probably a little bit quick, but just understand when you watch those videos I dropped in earlier, and just take some time over the weekend, it'll all start making more sense to you, how you can just create a symbol list and pretty much do anything you want to with it. Hey, David, how are you? You're welcome, Mike. You're welcome. And if you do run into, having a hard time, we do have some short videos that we can share. Actually, there's some short videos on our YouTube page too. You can find tons. Those links will take you directly to our YouTube page. So if you know how to use a search, let me bring it back over and let me show something here. So anytime you have you can see I search for TI University. Use the search function anytime you're in YouTube. It can help you. Maybe type in short videos. There we go. Short how-to videos. Got a whole playlist. You can see them over here on the side here. So YouTube is a great resource, guys, to find stuff that you want. And just remember, use that search function. It can help you out a lot. Let's say you want to know about docking. There you go. There's our docking 5 version. So a lot of people are not familiar with that search function that you have in YouTube. It can be really helpful. You pretty much find anything you want. All right, let me make sure I didn't miss anything here. I tell you what I'll do, Grant. I won't show that again because honestly, you're not gonna. If you're new, first time user, you're not gonna catch it all. You probably want to. What I'll do is, let's see. Let's just do a symbol list and see if it pulls up. Symbol list right there. So I'll just drop this in the video. And there you go. And once again, utilize that YouTube page. It's very helpful. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Thanks for you're welcome, CC. I am doing the test drive. Used to being in some of the chat rooms, but getting used to navigating around the platform now. Good, yeah. It takes time. It takes time to navigate around the platform. I would highly recommend once again using the dock channels. Once again, remember you can launch anything we have. You can launch from the new channel. So just get your toolbar. Once your toolbar is up, and that should load. Once you load the software, click on new, and you can. If you want to dive straight into building alert and top list, you can. I wouldn't do that until maybe you watched a couple of videos to see, how you do that. But I would highly, once again, recommend finding this docked channel bar, okay? Because not only is this going to have a lot of pre-configured alerts that you can just dive in, right off the bat and start, finding some, good opportunity for trading, but you can also, like I said, you can dive in to the under the hood and see how a lot of these strategies were built and how a lot of the filters and stuff. Let's see, probably, let's see, give me one here. Let's get a popular one. The Momo channel is popular. If you're a momentum trader, this is a very good one. Okay, this is what we call our Momo channel. It's going to have the Extreme Master Blaster, which is a multi-strategy window. You can right-click in it, and you can hover over strategies. Actually, you got to click on it, and you can see this is looking for extreme volume between $2 and $10, extreme volume over 10, extreme low float stocks, 52-week high, all-time high. It's nice, color coordinated. We also have the name of the strategy in here, so you don't get confused about which one it is. And this one, a lot of people use. Okay, you're not going to miss too many things that come through here. Now, I will say this. These are looking for somewhat of a breakout. In other words, they have to be hitting like a 10-day high at least. Okay. I have found over my trading years, for me, you can get in trouble trading momentum when the daily chart is kind of in no man's land, not going anywhere. But if you want to use something that doesn't have any sort of range filter in it like this does, this Momo channel will just give you stuff that's exploding on big volume. We can go to history here, pull up today, and you can see a lot of stocks coming through here, doing some pretty decent volume. So once again, go to the dock channel bar, and you don't get confused about the channel bar we have. This is going to be, it's not going, this is our older channel bar that's not in a docked window. Okay, so you want to pull up the dock channel bar. These layouts are going to be much more pleasant to your eyes, I believe, and just a lot easier to use. All right, looks like we have a question here. Yeah, idea surfing. Idea surfing, you're going to, it's going to be defaulted for your idea surfing to be on. The easy thing to do is anytime you click on a symbol anywhere in the software, or if you type a symbol into the chart, it's going to pause that idea surfing. So when you first fire up the software, it's going to be on. And what that's going to do is just going to basically just go through all your top list. So if you have a T window, it's going to go through the top 3. Okay, it's going to go through the top 3 of any T window that you have open, and it's also going to go through the top 3 of your AI. It does not do the A windows, just the T windows and the AI. Now, if you do not want it, you can go into Tools, I think, or maybe Windows. Let's see how you cut that off. Tools, Options, and you can turn it on or off. See, I think I have mine turned off. But if you want to turn it on, you just click in there. Okay. If you don't want it on, just uncheck it. I think it's defaulted to be on. But if you do not want to use idea surfing, just uncheck that box and hit save. All right, looks like we're all caught up with the questions. cliff looks interesting. Nice little this pullback above 50 SMA. Just recently hit a multi-month high, pulled back, and now it's doing a nice little bar reversal there. But check out the extreme volume high-low pro. See, I'll share this one. The difference between this extreme volume high-low pro and this extreme master blaster is, if I go into, it's two strategies. One's hitting a high on extreme volume, and the yellow is hitting a low on extreme volume. They have to be down 1% or up 1%. But here's the kicker. Here's the difference between that and my extreme master blaster. And this is one of my favorite momentum alerts. So volume in the 1 minute has to be doing basically 10 times normal 1 minute volume. Volume in the 5 minute. Anytime you see these volume percentages, remember that 100% is normal. Okay, so if you see 500%, these are, a lot of people use these things. If you see 500%, just remember that is basically 5 times normal. Okay, because you have to keep in mind that 100% is normal. Okay, same thing for the 1 minute. Since it's 1,000%. Okay, that would be basically 10 times normal 1 minute volume. And I do have in this one, let me pull up the old Epic pen real quick. In this one, I have, not only do I have position in 10-day range, in other words, I want to see it close to breaking out of a 10-day high, but it also has to be close to, not too far from breaking out of a 20-day high. So I'm looking for stocks that are filtered for a little more volume a lot more volume, and actually breaking out of a nice little range. So this is, like I said, one of my favorite as far as momentum alerts. And I find some really good swing trades in here too. Groupon having an ugly day. Is there a way to understand the color choice from a scan? How to interpret it like the scan builder put his color ideas into it? Is there a link or a window? Yeah, coloring is kind of it's I know how to color like columns pretty easy. That's usually I'll just kind of use whatever the default is for the basic color. But coloring the columns, let me give you once again. We'll go back over here to and see. Let's just put in color. Top list colors, selecting colors. So we do have a quite a bit of information on this. This is 3 years, 7 years. Yeah, let's grab this one right here. This is going to be probably more into. Yeah, this will give you a nice rundown, David. And I'll show you what I like to use, how I like to use coloring. For the most part, what I like to do is use columns like this relative volume. You can see this revenue growth fishing. See how the color coding is kind of changes as you have more relative volume versus less relative volume. It kind of gives you a quick look, you just by looking at the colors, which ones are doing, the best volume. Same thing with this volume in the 5 minute in my Extreme Master Blaster, and also it looks like no, I guess it's just 5 minutes. Right there. So if you right click and you go to property, this is a multi-strategy, so it's a little bit different. But if I go down to, let me go down. There you go. If you right click in the column, okay, you can custom colors for volume in the 5 minute. Let's say the key is putting in breakpoints. Okay, you got to put these breakpoints in that will basically notify the algo when to actually change the color for these certain breakpoints. So it's probably not something I can dive into right here. I think you're going to be better off watching the video than for me to try to explain it. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can find one that's not. All right, let's do this 1 minute volume. Let's say you want to do this 1 minute volume because it's not done right now. All right, so we're going to custom colors for 1 minute volume. Okay, good. There's no scheme here. There's no current scheme. Okay, so now I want to add, the breakpoints. Okay, where do I want the colors to start changing? Okay, so we know the 1 minute volume has to be above. Ooh. Wonder how that 94 and this 89 is in there. I must just have on these, I may just have a 5 minute. I may just have a 5 minute filter in there. I don't have a 1 minute filter. Okay, so let's do this. Let's say we want to do one for the 1 minute. Okay, so our breakpoints are going to be, we has to be doing at least, let's say 1,000, up to 1,000 to have the first breakpoint. So we just add. Okay, next one we're going to put 2,000. This is 2,000%. Now let's jump up to, let's jump up to, let's just go 3. Then we'll jump up to 5. And then we'll jump up to 10. Okay, 5 breakpoints. That's how many colors. If you're using this grid that we have, you want to add 5. So let's jump up to 10,000. Okay, so now all we got to do, we have the breakpoints in there. So now all we need to do is choose a color that we want to use, a color scheme. So in this case, let's go with, I like this black right here. Let's do this. So we're just going to change it. There's our color scheme. Everything looks good. And boom, there you have it. So we just added a color scheme for the 1 minute volume. Okay, hold on. I'm reading up here, David. I don't get your point there. I don't know what you mean by like dark green. To me, it means you are a bit late. Too white, too early. Let's see. Let's see. For the longest time, I've been kind of using the default colors. Let me see if I can go in here. Properties. I think I may know what you're talking about. I'm not sure what you mean by too late, too early, and all that. But you can select colors right here in properties, like on a top list. Okay, this is not a multi-strategy. This is just a regular top list. So we'll go in here, properties, and select colors. And color scheme. Yeah, you're probably going to have to watch those videos. I'm not sure exactly. If you're trying to like color each line to where it kind of fades, and fades in and out. Other than using these columns like I just showed you, I'm not sure exactly, how you're going to go in there and do that. You probably want to watch those videos. Yeah, coloring is not my strong suit. I know how to do the columns. But for doing the basic colors, I'm not sure, David. You probably want to dive into those windows. You might try to catch Jamie on one of his webinars. I think he's probably a little bit better with it. Or if you have if you have a window that you're working with and you know exactly what you're trying to do, you can always send that to us at info, and we'll try to create it, what you're trying to do. Yeah, send it over. I mean, because really your alerts and your filters is what's going to determine when you see a stock. It shouldn't be color should not have to do with anything to do with if you're too late or too early or something like that. Albertson's having a good day. What's Kroger up to? Was the trade of the week? Trade of the week on this pullback right here is doing quite well. Looking like it may be setting up again if it comes down here to the. Stick alert in this thing in case it wants to come back down. Maybe touch that 10-period moving average. All right, guys, have about 20 more minutes. I don't like that color coding there. Let me switch it. Let's see. Hi, Jason. I have a I'll share with you. It's a halt resume multi-strategy window that will give you it will notify you when a stock is halted and it is resumed again. And there is the cloud link for it, and I'll show you kind of what it does. It basically just it's an alert that will notify you. It's a multi-strategy window, so I just basically put them in there, so it'll notify you when they halt and resume. Let me see what these are coming through today. Okay, that was yesterday. So haven't had a whole lot today. Looks like we've only had 2. You're welcome, Jason. Had quite a few yesterday. Let me just think of anything else I can kind of maybe help you with the test drive getting started. The videos I shared, if you're late and you scroll up, guys, you'll see some video links I put in there. You might want to grab those and save them so you look at them over the weekend. I think I covered most everything. You know, obviously you want to get in Barry's room in the morning, and once again we'll have our live stream every day here where we take over for an hour to help you with anything that you're struggling with. Yes, Richard, I can share this layout. Now, I do have a few windows on my other monitors, so if you're just on, I'm not sure exactly how to come over, but I can definitely share you this. Hold on just a minute. File. The way you want to share layouts, guys, when you share a window, you go in each window, you right-click, and you share or save that window. For a whole layout, you got to go to your toolbar at the top, go to File, and Save or Share to Cloud, and click on Entire Layout. And I'm not sure why that's saying, oh wait, let me close out that doc that I have open. Ooh, I got a couple of docs open, I think. I got to close these out so you guys don't get too many windows. Let's see. That's all, I believe. All right, let's try it now. So you click on Entire Layout, and what I like to do is always give it a name. Even when I'm saving these in the cloud, or give it a date. Make sure you give it a date so when you see it in the cloud, you know when the last time you saved it. So I'm just going to call this Andy's Layout, and I'm going to put 8/6/21. Save and share. Copy all, and then I'll drop it, guys, so you guys can have it if you want it. Now, the sector analysis down here at the bottom, okay, it's going to require a symbol list. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll see if I can drop my symbol list into the... Where is she at? I got a couple of these. Sector ETFs 30. Yeah, that's got to be it right there. They're probably going to come through in a straight line form. So what you'll have to do is when you put them into the symbol list, unfortunately, guys, you're going to have to load, and then, oh, that didn't work. Let's see. Yeah, that kind of, I don't know what else to do. Well, maybe you guys can figure that out. If you can't, just send a that's the only way I can paste it in there. I'm not sure anything else I can do. Okay, if you can't, basically it's just each symbol is 3 letters. Okay, so you'll just have to create your symbol list and just make sure you paste them in there and then just start hitting return after every 3 letters to break it down like it's shown in the symbol list right there. But if can't, just always send and ask for it. We'll send it to you in an email that will be better formed for you there. Just ask for the symbol list for the sector analysis, and we'll send it to you. There's the. You're welcome, Richard. All right, down to about 15 minutes. Ooh, it's going slow this Friday. Take a look at the indices here, or ETFs. SPY's kind of just going sideways, sitting above their moving average. There's nothing going on, as you can see. The volume is anemic right now. Take a look at the Qs real quick. And there, they look a little bit under pressure, but they are holding on to their 10-period moving average, so no real harm done there. And the strong one today was, let me just make sure, IWM, yeah, it's not real strong, but at least up more than the others. I think it was up more than the SPYs. Yeah, it is. I mean, really, if you have as many monitors as you want, you know, they're the layout. I mean, we have the ability to have free floating windows if you do not prefer the docks. Now, if you do, but you can move the windows. Even if you have a dock, you can definitely move it into the different monitors. So there's no real special instructions. I mean, as long as you can move free floating windows from any of other software that you're using into your other monitors, Trade Ideas should be the same. It's very, very user friendly. I do prefer the downloadable app, obviously, more than the web version. I don't think the web version, if you just like to use basic A windows, T windows, even M windows, if you're just looking for alerts and top lists and things like that, the web version works fine. But as far as being intuitive and just more crisp and easy to use. I much prefer the desktop app. But no, there's people that use it with 10 monitors, and they have windows all over the place. So it shouldn't be an issue at all. Take a look at my revenue growth fishing, which kind of got a lot of stuff in there. Oh, one other thing, guys. All these windows can be found and many others. Now, it won't be in the docked window because, unfortunately, there's just tons of windows in here, and it just doesn't work good for the docking windows. We had to use some technology to for all the columns and everything for these docked windows. And this Trader's Vault has about 34 windows in it. Okay, they're almost thumbnail size. I had to make them really small to get them all in there, but it's loaded up with all of our favorite alerts and top list here at Trade Ideas. So be sure you click in there and grab a window if you like. It's available now. What do you mean, Grant? The Trader's Vault you're referring to? Let's see, Rick. If I save a layout with multiple monitors, will it reopen on the multiple Yeah, it's going to. The layout is going to save no matter where you have those windows on your monitors. Just make sure what you want to do is when you save a layout, go File, Save Layout. Wow. You want to use this one right here, the default layout. Because that's the one, when you save it, that's the one every time you fire up Trade Ideas, that's the one that's going to open. Okay, so you want to make sure the layout that you're comfortable with and you want to use every time, save it under that default layout. You don't have to. It's going to be every day when you log in, it's going to pull up whatever is saved under this, and you're going to have to go to the layout that you want to. So it just makes it easier to save your main layout as your default layout. And to answer your question, Rick, yeah, it doesn't. Wherever you put those windows, anywhere on your monitors, and you save it as default layout, it's going to open up on those monitors. When I open a layout like Trader's Vault on a 4K monitor, it only opens on about 33% of the monitor. Is there? Yeah, unfortunately, that's why we created the docking window. The docking window is going to basically kind of resize to the size of your monitor. These are not, okay? This is our kind of our legacy channel bar, I should say. But every one of these channels, I should say everyone, I'd say 98% of them are going to be available in the docking channel bar. But unfortunately, there's just too many windows in the Trader's Vault to get that into a dock. You would not be able to read. All the columns would just be scrunched up. You'd have to, maybe if I work on it in the future, maybe eliminate some or something like that. I can get something workable. But for right now, yeah, there's nothing we could do as far as the Trader's Vault. No, no, it's nothing. It's nothing unique to your monitor, Rick. It's just the way this legacy channel bar was built. Only shows you a little snippet. Now let me just click on it and show. I don't have anything. Just make sure I don't have anything up and saved that I don't want to lose, but I don't think I do. So, yeah, there you have it. You're going to, this is what it's going to look like, and you're right. On your 4K monitor, it's not going to come out, you know, all the way across your 4K monitor. It's going to be sized according to how it was basically built. So, I'll work on this. It's probably my next project. I'll see what I can do. I can eliminate all these charts, maybe the compare count windows, and get something working where I can, you know, put them in there. But the whole idea is just to basically give you guys access. So, Rick, all you have to do is when you go into your into this, even on your 4K monitor, you see something you like extreme volume, high-low pro. I would just grab a corner, you know, and expand it out. Okay, and if you want it, and then maybe right click in here and take it off small borders and to find out what kind of window it is. And then once you get it resized like this, then you can just right click and save it into your cloud, and then you can bring it over to your default layout. That's what people, you know, this was not meant for people to go to and actually just stay on this and look for alerts coming through. It's meant to be kind of a repository, so you can come in and find windows that you like and say, oh, that's a good one. I'll take this, I'll save this to my, boom, to my default layout or to my cloud, and then I can go and retrieve it. So just remember, you just start playing around with them, grab them, make them bigger, take them off small borders, and then save. And then that way you'll have it saved in your cloud, and you can bring it up wherever you want it. You're welcome. Kev says, first thing I do when loading a channel is X out all of the charts, but that's just my preference. Yep, that's nothing wrong with that. I can understand why you would want to do that. Not only that, you know, charts are personal. When I go into some of these charts that I see, I'm like, whoa, I would never have these indicators and all this markings and on my chart. I like mine pretty simple. So and by the way, I did use most of my charts on the in the docking window because I wanted to keep it simple. And so basically all I have is a 10, a 20, I'm sorry, a 10, a 20, a 50, and a 200 day. There it is up there on my charts. Of course, volume. I like to see volume. So because you saved your default with the entire monitor, it opened again and filled the entire monitor correct. Yeah. Don't get confused with docking, Rick. Okay, this is my default layout. So this has been my default layout for a very long time. So yeah, I actually probably need to squeeze. I'm seeing some stuff poke through, so I probably need to make some adjustments here and resave it again so I can close up some of those areas where I'm seeing cracks. But yeah, you're gonna find out once. Honestly, my default layout has probably been the only layout that I go to, except for my docking. When I go to the docking channels, that's different. But as far as layouts, gosh, I've had a default layout probably now for Well, it's changed a little bit over time, but at least I was one of the very first users of this software. So, yeah, I don't create a bunch of some people made like a AM layout, a PM layout, different. I just have a default, and I pretty much go to it, and that's my go-to layout, and it's been that way for years. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it. uh, just some feedback. If it comes down to cleanup, I figure most people are after the scanners. Right. You're right. You're right. Yeah, most people are after the scanners. I think somebody else, when I just sent over the little thumbnail windows on that Trader's Vault. I didn't put those charts in there. I think Brad may have done that or something. But all right, guys. Thank you very much for all the great questions today, man. So this was actually I was fearing that being a August Friday that would be kind of slow in here, but you guys kept the questions coming, and that makes it for an interesting webinar. So, okay, looks like Kevin is helping you out there, Rick. So I'm going to notify Barry that he can come in. So I'm going to go ahead and say goodbye to everybody right now. Looking forward to the test drive, guys. Be sure to attend these webinars so we can give you help on any problems that you may be having. You too, Kev. Have a great weekend. Thank you, David. You do the same. Mike C. Everybody, Rick, you as well. I'm going to let Barry know. Yeah, the revenue growth fishing, while I'm waiting on Barry, looks like he's going to start now. So send me an email. I'll tell you more about that. Stock guidance. Okay, he's back in. See you guys later.
Well, you need a subscription to Trade Ideas, absolutely. I mean, it's not free in that regard. We also have a great simulator, okay, Paper Trader. So you can practice trading using our real-time data. Okay? I don't know if Andy is still in the room. You're asking questions about his revenue growth fishing. I don't have that scan. So if he's not in the room anymore, maybe just send something to info at trade-ideas.com. Okay, I'm talking to our YouTube group. Okay, if he's not in the room anymore, I don't know if he's actually left. And just say, can I have Andy's revenue growth fishing? Okay. So there's a video. There is a video that shows how you connect. Now there's two things here, George. This window you're seeing here is called Brokerage Plus. So you can actually use this window once if you have an Interactive Brokers account to actually trade from within Trade Ideas. That's one aspect. You don't have to. We have what we call an external linking tool, which just links with most brokers. I mean, I don't use this window to trade my account. I use this window just to demonstrate simulation trading all day long. Okay, So I'm not going to flip. I'm not going to, based on because what I do, I would have to have total concentration if I'm going to flip back and forth, which I don't have total concentration. So I just use this as a simulator. So when I'm trading, I'm actually just trading from within Interactive Brokers. Okay. So you can use this window, and that video shows you, the first video is the short one, shows you how you connect using this window called Brokers Plus to your Interactive Brokers account. Well, you're not live yet, George, okay? Give it an hour after the market opens. Okay? Like, I know you subscribe to the test drive, but you won't have access really to anything until about an hour after the market closes today. Top gainers and top losers at the market open? Oh, no problem there. I mean, I've got depends what you think is, but I've got a pre-market. Let me just show you the window that I use. I mean, that's what we're really good at. You shouldn't have, well, unless something has changed, Christine. No, it's supposed, well, no, I don't think you have access now. I may be wrong. It's supposed to be an hour after the market closes today. Yeah, but you might be on a delayed basis. An hour after the market closes, though, then you can practice with trade ideas, for the balance of today and the weekend. It's not live data, but you can still look at top lists and do some scanning and things like that. So anyway, to answer your, Navdeep, sorry, to answer your question, yeah, that's easy to do in trade ideas. Let me just bring back a window. Wait a minute. Okay, so for instance, this is what I use in the pre-market. These are now it's still running, okay, but in the pre-market, we start getting our data at 7 o'clock Eastern time. So I'm running these, the most active ones up and down. And if these are they're going to show you the ones that are up the most, down the most, with the volume. Typically, something that is up, you can always check the volume to make sure something's not up 100% on one share, things like that. But yeah, we do that really well. This is all I'm doing right here, really. Zeroing in on stocks with a lot of action. My layout is saved on my home page. So if you go to my home page, tab right there, click on it, click on the link, and this is what you'll see. And here are the scans that I'm sharing, including my layout. Okay? No options strategies, no. We only scan stock. We only scan the stock market. Well, if you want to look at pre-market actives up and down, that's a good start, Navdeep. This is going to show you the active ones in the pre-market, and you can run it right till 9:30 Eastern time, and then the market opens, and those will be the most active ones. Now, as you know, just because a stock is active in the pre-market doesn't absolutely mean it's going to, keep going or give you a great trade, but I would look at the pre-market actives up and down. So TC, are you saying you have access? You were a standard subscriber and now you've got the premium upgrade? Is that what you mean? Yeah, so what we do, Navdeep, is at 9 o'clock I open the room, okay? And again, this doesn't mean that these are all going to be the ones that are, going to necessarily work, but pre-market actives. And I go through a list and I indicate, there's the gap ups. If it's an E gap, it means it's an earnings play gap up. But as always, just because a stock has gapped up in the pre-market or gapped down in the pre-market doesn't necessarily mean it's going to follow suit during when the market opens. It's like anything else. All right, I have to check this. Oh, okay. I did not know that. Normally it's an hour after the market closes, but okay. Well, when you say do we need to set up a scanner, I mean you can take a look at mine. You can take a look at my. I mean you have to have something, obviously. So, but you can take a look at my layout as an example. Just click on. And in the 20 lessons, it talks about how to load things from the cloud. So you could load my layout if you want. Okay, so click on my tab. Well, you should, Dova, you should look at the 20 lessons. I'll do it one time, okay? But you got to look at the 20 lessons because it talks about how to load things from the cloud. But I'll click on my link. So here are my scans. Now, I'm not going to load my layout because I'm going to take a look at an individual scan. Strong stocks up. So you click on the link and it'll pop into a new tab. Just copy it, highlight it, Control C. I've highlighted and copied it. And now I file, load from cloud. And the link, if I move this over, you see it's the same. Ends in C313, C313. So you didn't have to paste it in. Sometimes, I don't know why, but sometimes if that line were blank, box were blank, you might have to paste it in. But I would say 99.99% of the time it'll be there. And just click load. And there it is. It's on my other monitor. Strong stocks up. So you just do that anytime for any sort of a length. And again, if you save my link, my homepage link, if you save my homepage link, then you can take a look at all the scans that I got over the weekend. Okay? Okay, what do you mean you skipped? You weren't listening? I'll do it one more time. Please, though. One of the lessons is cloud linking or cloud, how to use the cloud. Okay, so I'll do it one more time. So you click on my homepage tab or my link. It brings you to this page. Here are my scans. You click here. I'll click on moving higher with unusually strong options. I'll just pick any link. All works the same way. Doesn't matter what link, even if it's a layout. I'm just going to pick this one. I click on it. See how it loads into a new tab. Here it is. It's right there. Highlight it, copy it, Control C. It is now copied. The link is now copied. And then when I go over to our toolbar file, load from cloud, and there's the link right there. Right there. Load it. And it showed up on my other monitor right there. Okay? And that's how you load something from the cloud. You should know how to do that. That's a basic function of Trade Ideas. That's how I can share links with people. The other traders have links also that you might like. So you should know how to do that. Yeah, the other one is, yeah, thank you, Hambone. Take a look at our channel bar. You click on new, and then the channel bar. We have all these themed channels. I would look at these also. And you can, as I said before, you can take a look at, stock surging as an example. I think the action is heating up right now. If you like this window, you say, wow, that seems like an interesting window. You can right click, configure, and summary, and you can see what it's looking for. So you might look at that and go, well, that's a stupid price range. Let's make it 1 in 100. Okay, if that's what you want, great. Okay, you might want more volume. Make it 500K. I mean, again, this is all customizable. See, now it's 500,000 shares. You say okay. So now you've taken this window that we created and you kind of made it your own. Now you can save it to the cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud, save it, and then it'll be in the cloud. And then you can, when it's in the cloud, I'm just going to show you. Where'd it go? And then you just file, right click, save or share to cloud, saving it. I've just saved it to the cloud. I can exit out and see right here, file, load from cloud. See, it's right up here. So you could load it from the cloud, and that's how you can go through each channel and maybe extract windows that you might want to have as part of your layout. Load it. It's on another monitor, and there it is. Well, a lot to learn. Loading from the cloud is you've got to learn that, okay? You've got to learn that. I mean, all I'm doing is I'm just saying, take a look at the individual channels. If you see something that you like, you might want to save it to the cloud and then go through each channel, extract windows that you might like, save them to the cloud, and then you can bring them back one at a time to create your own personal layout. You don't have to do that, but that's something that you can do. I'm not, when you say a lot to learn, you don't have to do this. But I mean, you have to have a start. Again, you can take my layout. You want to use that next week. You want to take a look at my individual scans. That's fine. So less slippage and loss of liquidity. So are you talking about day trading in Navdeep, or are you talking about what are you talking about when you say like lots of liquidity? And I mean, I know what you mean by that, but are you talking about day trading? Because everything here has got a lot of liquidity, as an example. The reason being is that we've got this filter called the relative volume filter. This means it's trading 4 times normal up to this point of the day. Okay, 8 million shares. I mean, this is lots of liquidity, as an example. That's one of the great filters that we've got. Well, and again, based on 15-minute charts, I mean, that's up to you. But in terms of finding stocks with great liquidity, You know, we have a relative volume filter. In here, it has to be at 4, so I'm only getting a few stocks. Now, in terms of slippage, I mean, we do have a filter, you know, that looks at the spread. So I mean, so we do have a filter. There's the slippage or spread filter. So if you wanted a maximum of 5 cents, fine. So at the time of the alert, that's what it would be. No more than 5 cents if you put 5 cents in here. But that doesn't mean it's going to be 5 cents for the rest of the day. You know, that's at the time of the alert. You know, there's no guarantee that, you know, slippage is not going to go crazy later on. But most of the time, you know, when we see, and the other thing too, I mean, if you're talking, it depends on the time of day you're trading. If you're going to trade in the first 15 minutes, for instance, you're probably going to get a lot of like a lot of spread, even in stocks that are trading a lot, just because, you know, they're so super active at the very beginning of the day. All right, well, I mean, you can easily identify the top gainers with a lot of volume, you know, or the top losers with a lot of volume using that pre-market scan. So now, again, I don't get, of course, if that's how you trade, that's fine. Can you do a quick guidance on finding a stop? You mean where I would place stops? I mean, that is, you know, everybody has a different, I shouldn't everybody, but there are different ideas about placing stops. I mean, as I say, I like to place a stop where I look at a chart and where I see a lot of what I consider support. That's where I think my stop should be, because if it broke down through that, you know, I don't want to be in the trade. So, you know, let's take a look at one. And you know, if the support is so far away, you know, I mean, I may not want to take the trade, but just trying to see one that would make kind of sense. But there are different ways, you know. I mean, Real would say, you know, if you took this trade on the 15-minute chart based on this, he would say place your stop at the low of the previous 15-minute candle, you know, as an example. Okay, that's a way of doing it. Some people will use moving averages. You know, they see a moving average. That's where they're going to place their stop. I mean, there's not a right or wrong way. I am a little more visual. So if I looked at this, if I were in this one right now, you know, I mean, this would be a pretty wide stop, but I mean, you know, your stop would probably be down in this area. You know, there's on the 15-minute chart. If it ever broke down through that, you know, I would want to be out of the trade, as an example. This is only going to come with practice and looking at charts and figuring out a way how you want to use stops. You know, I can't say to you, well, this is how you should do it. You should only look at a chart and look at, you know, resistance or support, and if it breaks down, I mean, that's what I do. But others will do, you know, may do it in a different way. Well, first of all, though, now you're sort of contradicting yourself. Oh, intraday gaps. Okay, intraday gaps. There's no guarantee, though. I mean, there's no guarantee that you could pick, you know, the most volatile or the stock with the most liquidity that gapped up the most, or one gap down the most, probably they won't have a lot of intraday gaps. Again, all I'm going to say is that the stuff that I see here rarely will have an intraday gap. But you know what? If you're going to afford $11.11, take the test drive and just see for yourself. Man, oh man, I don't know where BITF showed up first on the option scanner, but it is making a nice move. No, don't do that. Why would you do that, Navdeep? Don't subscribe today full price. Why do that? Take the test drive, try it for 10 trading days, and if you want to subscribe after that, go for it, and there'll be a nice promotional code. Like, don't subscribe now. Hopefully my CEO is not listening to me, but seriously, I mean, why would you do that? All right, guys, let's see. Looking at some of my thumbnail charts. This one is certainly having a nice run. This G-Sky, what do they do? This one could be interesting. Let's see, going forward next week, let's take a look at the monthly chart. What's the high there? Is 709, so it's above that high. So the next high looking left, well, that's 807, so is that right? Yeah, it's 807. The next high after that is 984, so I mean, this green sky, I mean, it's right at that high there, that monthly high. So, I mean, this is something, you put a price alert on it next week, because I mean, look at the room it's got. 984, almost $10 is the next high looking left on the monthly chart. Again, when I say that, I don't mean it's going to get there, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance on the monthly chart. No, I see. And G-Sky actually showed up on my option scanner. Yee. So I don't want to confuse people when I talk about my option scanner. I'm not trading the options. I'm just looking for stocks that are having abnormal activity option-wise. So for instance, option volume today, so it's traded 4,900 contracts. That's a 900% increase over normal. So that's, that's having an abnormal option activity day. So I don't trade the option, but it could help. I mean, those of you who trade options, some say it can help you trade the actual option. Some say it doesn't. You know, I don't know one way or the other because I don't trade options. Yeah, just give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, this is interesting. I mean, the longer it holds over here, for me anyway, this showed up on the option scanner. Some volume came in, but it's got the room. I mean, that's all about the room. Does the cross in the MB, Bollinger Band 8 EMA, give me an example of a, on what time, well, that, it doesn't really matter the time frame, I suppose. But, I mean, you know what real says. I mean, something that's way outside the Bollinger Band and then crosses down below it, and then a further cross of the 8 EMA, maybe, yeah. I think I'd be waiting for that. Okay, so a perfect circle. There was a question. You don't even need a custom formula. So the question was, do you have a custom formula that might separate block buys from block sells? Okay, it's from our YouTube room. Let me just show you. I don't. Oops. Block trade load. I don't look at block trades, but I'll give you this. So you can see you have to have the description column. So it'll tell you block trade at the ask as an example, or it could have been at the bid, obviously if it had been the bid. Quality will show you how many shares. So I can share that with you if you want. Doesn't require a custom formula. Well, Dova, it depends. I mean, you know, how can I possibly answer a question like that? Which channel is most useful? Depends what what you want to do. I mean, they're all useful. Well, momentum. My layout, my layout is I think pretty good for day trading. But the momentum channel, I'd look at that. So you can see what's happening here. Sometimes it'll trade between. So here's at the ask. Sometimes it'll trade between. So a perfect circle. Okay, you got it? Okay. So there's no formula, but you know, these are all at the ask right now. So, you know, but you'll see some at the buy, which is what you're looking for, but nothing has popped in at the buy on these particular block trades. Okay? So there's there's nothing for you to do. Just wait for the alert. I mean, you can obviously you might want to, if you know, the block trade minimum is 50,000 that I got here. I think for our block trade to work the default is 25, but you can change that. I think. Let me just see. I can't remember. I don't use this at all anymore. So help. It might be 25,000 is the minimum. Oh, 20,000. Okay. So I put 50. Okay, but it has to be at least 20,000. If you don't put anything, in here, it has to be it'll have to be at least 20,000. Okay? Well, of course, there's the time. So for everything is going in at the ask as opposed to the, Well, these ones anyway. I mean, there's the time that these are. There you go. Here's one at the bid. Okay, 134 EXPR, 57,000 shares at the bid. If that helps you, I mean, I don't use this, but if it helps you, great. BITF. Okay, let's take a look at around 11:10. Well, did it? I mean, that's all. A 5 minute. Okay, 11:10. So right about here. Well, I'm not really. I mean, this is obviously moved up. This was a cross up. I mean, I don't even. If you're talking about bit F, 5 minute at 11:10 a.m. And I hope you're talking Eastern time, right? Oh, we always talk Eastern time, no matter what time zone you guys are in. So obviously there was a cross, and it crossed up, and so that actually led to a nice run. Well, the cross up. Okay, so yeah, I mean it can. I mean, there's nothing 100%. Nothing is 100%, but the cross right there on the 5 minute chart was right there. The 80 EMA crossed above the 20 SMA, and that can indicate a potential buy. Not a reversal. I mean, it's going in the same direction. The cross down, so I'm not sure, and and right here it is between the Bollinger Bands anyway. Hey, well, a perfect circle. I hope that works for you. The scan I gave for you, or gave to you. Hope that works for you. So the cross up does not indicate a reversal. The cross up indicates a potential. Well, if you're well, it depends what you mean by reversal. I mean, if you're thinking here and then it's reversing, okay. I have no additional suggestions at Perfect Circle, okay, on that. I really don't. I don't trade, I don't look at block trades at all, so I really don't have any. I mean, you might want to put in a price range. I mean, that's about all I can say. I don't. You might want to fiddle around with the minimum block size. The minimum has to be 20,000. What I gave you was 50,000, but you might want to play around. But I really can't give you any additional suggestions on that. You're looking for, because most of the things that I do are have got high relative volume and all. That's not what you want. You want something that is sort of kind of docile. So maybe you want a low. I mean, you might want to try a low relative volume, maybe like 0.5 max or something like that. So it's low relative volume and then all of a sudden popping. You might want to try that. If that makes sense. Does that make sense? Okay. So use that. Yeah, so the relative volume, so maybe, I mean, you just try it. Put a max of, say, 0.5. So it's not trading, it's only trading about half as much as normal, but maybe you get a block trade, and maybe that starts it going. And you'll just have to experiment. Maybe it's 0.75, maybe it's 1, you know, just trading normally. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys. So yeah, so you can download the program now. This is actually not bad because at least I'll be around for another hour or so. So this is a change, definitely. Normally it's about an hour after the market closes on the Friday, but for whatever reason, they have. Oh, Brad 6. Okay, just give me a moment, please. I have another new development version to check. So go ahead, download the program now. Yeah, listen, Navdeep, whatever works. Okay, I mean, you know, you have a trading style, obviously. So I have to exit Trade Ideas. I'm going to download the latest version. How do you change your price range? So you just right click, configure, summary, and price will be, well, wrong one. But say right click, configure, summary, and you know, click on the icon that says the price range icon. Just click on it, and then now you can make a change. Just make whatever change you want here, and then just say OK. But let me download the latest version now. See what that looks like. Give me a moment. Hmm. Oh, good. Good to see. It's an IPO. I'm thinking, oh no, the ranges aren't working, but that's an IPO, so of course there's no range. So let me just click on something. Okay. All right. Okay, Grant, did you get that? How do you change the price range? LVOX, yes, LVOX, big level. LVOX 7, big level. What do we got here? The high of this week was 770. Meanwhile, I just got a wow from something. What time is it? 1:45. Hot. Okay, hot. So somebody asked earlier about, I relax in my option scanner. Look at bit F. Wow, oh, wow. I bet you, what's BT? Keep an eye on BTBT. I mean, it's just hovering at that 19 level. I mean, all traders are looking at are where it went a few months ago. And if Bitcoin keeps going, I mean, look where it did. This is back in February, of course, but look at the month it's having. I mean, the month it's having. We're only 6 days into the month. So look at hot guys. So somebody asked earlier, how is this working out when I reduced in the options volume scanner? I reduced the relative volume from 3 to 2, okay, in a window just to check to see what sort of alerts we're getting. Everything else is the same. So hot just came in, and you can just see, I mean, it has no resistance. I don't know what happened here. If this is I don't believe it's an IPO, probably just a symbol name change. Maybe because I see it's a Canadian stock, maybe it got a listing on a US exchange this day, I don't know. But at any rate, it looks interesting. But at least it'll show the trend though, right? No? No, William? Want to at least show the trend? Really? I didn't know that. Okay. Well, let's see if this can take out 7, this LVOX. Just have a little bit of room here. I mean, the next high looking left on the daily is 750. If there's any news on it. All right, guys, 149. Have a little over an hour left in today's session. Yeah, so this is what I'm waiting on the BTBT. You know what I'm waiting on. Whoops, what happened here? Little wow SD just showed up. But what I'm waiting on here, you know what I'm waiting on? What am I waiting on, guys? For BTBT, what am I waiting on? Volume. There you go, Mark. So yeah, so we get a big volume push. You know, I mean, it's look at the consolidation. I mean, that's a, you know, granted, no, that's pretty good consolidation. You know, the 15s, the 5s. So if it pushes through 19 on volume, now it's not the, as I always say, it's not the actual volume, it's relative to what happened before. So I'd want to see something that was something that looked, well, okay, on the 5-minute chart, something that looked like that, at least, okay? So that when you look at the previous 5-minute volume bars, you get something that is, you know, distinctly above the previous, that's going to be about an hour. So we get that volume push, means, you know, traders are enthusiastic about it again. So instead of having to stare at it though, you know, I'll just put an alert, a price alert at 1915. And I don't talk about our price alerts enough. Here you are. So here's the price alert window. You know, you load it from our toolbar, new price alerts window. And then you minimize it. I'll get rid of these ones that are triggered already. And if I go down to the bottom here, you notice there it is, BTBT. So if this triggers, first thing, I make sure I'm on the triggered time column. So if it triggers, it'll pop right to the top. I'll see it right at the top. The other thing is, if I can put a price alert on it also. I'm sorry, a sound alert on it also. I do that in case I wander away from my computer. And lastly, I minimize it. By minimizing it, if that happens, if it hits that price, it's going to pop up on my screen. So I can't miss it. So at that point then, I click on the alert and then I see, did that happen on volume? So I don't have to stare at it. I can just wait for the alert to happen. Doesn't happen, doesn't happen. So for instance, for G-Sky, let's put an alert right up here, 826. And I'll put an alert down here. I'll bracket it, 819. You see these blue lines on the chart? So if it hits either one of those two prices, the blue line will turn green. Very simple. No excuse for not putting price alerts. Now, I would pick one that's not moving at all. Okay? You see what I mean? Hopefully in a brief period of time. Oh, goodness. I would pick two that don't even move. I mean, they've been moving like crazy. Then they, yeah, just right click, configure for you, Dova. Okay, before I do this, are you listening to me? And can you see my screen? There we go. See how that worked? BITF popped up on my screen. Got the alert. Okay, that's how easy. That's how I would be using the price alerts window. You don't have to have the window up and running and staring at it all day. Minimize it, and then when you get an alert, it'll pop up. All right, so in an alert window, right click, properties, actions. Okay. And then check the play sound and then start to set up the sound. So you can have one window, text to speech. I say one because the whole idea of sound alerts is to have a different sound alert for each window, so that once you get used to it, when you hear a sound, you'll know exactly which window to look at. So you don't want them all text to speech. Otherwise, okay, what do you click first? Okay, get into an alert window, right click, properties. Okay, so into your alert window, right click, properties, and then actions. Okay, so right click, properties, actions. Then you see this menu here. Make sure you're in an alert window, not a top list window. Okay, also top list windows, there are no sounds in that. And you can tell by if it has to have an A in the top left. Okay, are you following, Dova? Okay. First of all, does the window you're trying to do this in, does it have an A in the top left-hand corner? Just try to answer along with me. Okay, okay. So it has an A, so it's an alert window. Right click, properties, actions. Okay, when you do that, you should see this. You should see a window that looks like that. Yes? Okay. Check play sound. Check it. And then set up sound. Okay? All right, you did all that? Okay, so now, again, as I said, you can have one of them text to speech. So it'll read out the symbol. Otherwise, use the custom sound. Check that custom sound. Select. When you do that, you should see this window with these 3 folders. Each folder has some sound alerts. So for instance, if I click on it, you can click on pin action or whatever you want. Click on it, open it, and play it. If you like it, if you like that sound, then you say okay a couple of times, and then that sound gets attached to your alert window. Is the volume slider all the way over? You see this is a volume slider. Is it all the way over? Okay, in the toolbar between Brokers Plus and Idea Surfing, there's a sound toggle. Okay, that turns all the sounds off. Is there a slash through it? Like this, if you can see, I've just clicked on it and there's a slash through it. That will turn all your sounds off. So can you find that sound toggle between Idea Surfing and Brokerage Plus? You see that icon there? Okay, so is there a slash through it? And if there was, just click it again and that'll remove it, and then you should be able to hear sounds. If you're not hearing sounds, there's something going on with your computer then. Because if that is not, if that is not, if it's on, in other words, the sounds are on as opposed to the slash. And when you hit play, you don't hear anything. Okay, good. You got it? Good. Okay. Perfect. It's a common error, not error, but it's a common, because people are clicking on Brokerage Plus and surfing, and they accidentally may click on that, not knowing what's happened. For every alert window, yeah, because think about what you're trying to do. You're trying to create a unique sound for every alert window. You don't want to have you wouldn't want this to be for every window, because you'd never know what window to look at when you hear the sound. Now, I caution you and and others, don't have so many alert windows. You only if you're starting out, I may only have 3 or 4 alert windows, and that's it. Okay, otherwise you get overwhelmed by all the alerts coming in. But once you get used to it, yeah, you just put a different sound on the different window. When you hear the sound, you'll instinctively know which window to look at. Good. 2 is probably, enough. Just to get used to using trade ideas, okay? See how that popped up? And I put a sound alert on it also, only because I've got wireless headset. So if I wander away from my computer for whatever reason, I have this booyah. That's my sound alert. I know that's my price alert. That's the price alert I'm using, or the sound booyah. So no excuse for not using the price alerts window. Of course, Trade Ideas do not invent price alerts, but I've had many different brokerage platforms. Well, many, but I've had enough brokerage platforms. Of course, every brokerage platform you can create a price alert. I just find it is so incredibly simple. You can go up where you want the price to be. Just position your cursor wherever that is. So say right now it's at 832. I right click, create price alert. Now at this point, I don't have to. I rarely put a note in. But you can, and then I just save. It's so simple. Done. Yeah, like anything else, Dova. There is a learning curve, but I always say to people, don't worry about or think, oh my gosh, look at all the alerts there are. I have to learn every single alert, and then Oh my gosh, look at all the filters. I have to learn every single filter? No. I probably use 0.5% of all the filters, of all the filters and alerts there are. All right, we have a hungry bystander here. Just a minute. Yeah, and I'll keep my opinion to myself on that, Dova. Well, let's take a look at NAUT. Did it happen on volume? Well, first of all, what I see here is a ton of resistance anyway right now. Okay, and now I don't see, I mean, right there, I mean, there's a volume bar. I mean, it's relatively significant, but even so, I look at this 15-minute chart, I see a ton of resistance right here. I mean, it could pop through. I mean, just because we see what we think is resistance on a chart, nothing is absolute. But that would prevent me from taking this trade. I don't think you'll find any CFDs in North American brokers. I may be wrong, but I don't use it a perfect circle. Okay, I don't use it. I mean, this is extreme volume anyway, you know, my basic new highs and lows. Extreme. I don't care about it's not the absolute number of shares traded, it's the relative volume. This is a very powerful filter that we have. So for instance, you know, in this scan right here, the relative volume is 4. So I mean that means it's trading at least 4 times normal up to this point of the day. Pretty significant. Now, if you're looking for a momentum, like a right now momentum, you know, this is momentum. And so another powerful filter that we've got are these ones, stock, you know, the 1 minute volume in 1 minute. I've got here, it's got to be 1,000% of normal. Volume in 5 minutes, 300% of normal. So these are typically, if I, you know, when I get an alert on one of these, you'll see a volume burst. Okay. Mixed, sort of a mixed bag. Let's see how Hut did. Yeah, I wouldn't say it. I thought Hut might work, to be honest, because you know there's no resistance. There was no resistance really for it. But I'm not saying it's an overwhelming success, Bert. Yeah, so I don't use it. Well, what channel is it from? The extreme volume high low. What channel is it from? Color coding is up to you. I mean, I color code things in you know anything in green or blue means it's up for the day. Anything yellow means it's down for the day. That's just personal color coding. Okay. So when you see I don't know where the extreme volume high low pro is. I don't know where that is. I don't use it. My thoughts on one. That's the one that was under $1 yesterday, right? And that popped above, and then it came back down. Yeah, I have no thoughts on it. I mean, I have thoughts. I don't like it. Oh, I'm sure it's on well, Perfect Circle. It could be on the site, but I don't use. I mean, look, there are probably 100 scans or 200 scans. I don't use them all, of course. I have scans that I like. I don't use that one. That's all. But if you can tell me where it is, what channel it's in, I can take a look at it. Well, Bert, you'll always see earlier entry points, but that didn't mean that it worked. You will always see earlier entry points because the relative volume is just going to be a little bit less than the 3. But I didn't see anything that followed through. So I know one had a big day yesterday for a while, and then it gave it all, or 2 days ago. Oh, pardon. Oh, I see. I don't think I named it that. Um, Pardon me if I did. Extreme volume, high low. Okay, are you talking about just this, the basic new high lows? Is that what you're talking about? I thought you were talking about the something that was called extreme volume, high low. If you're talking about this, it's just color code. It just all this is when it's yellow, it means it's down for the day. When it's green, it means it's up for the day. Okay, they're ideas. That's all they are. They're ideas. It doesn't mean that this is going to bounce necessarily or this is going to drop necessarily. These are ideas. Really? I don't want to load this. Yeah, don't worry about it too much. I mean, if it's color coordinated, with yellow or green, it's just the way I've done it. It could have been red, that could have been blue. Okay, okay. I'd have to check this. This is an old layout that I didn't realize I had something called extreme. To be honest, I thought it was just basic new highs and lows. I would load it, except that my layout would disappear, and I don't want that to happen. So. Yeah, if you want to load, okay, Paradox, if you want to load my layout, if you want to load my layout, yeah, but remember, if you load my layout, if you're in the dock, nothing is pinned anymore. So he was just saying that I've got something. I thought that in my layout it was basically this. He says there's something that I've called extreme volume or something, which I didn't realize. Extreme volume, high, low, pro. I had no idea. But that means you'd have to load my layout, and I don't think you want to do that. Is there a lag? Yes. Is it killing me? It was at the beginning. It's about a second and a half slower probably. But I'm finding that the benefits of docking versus non-docking, for me anyway, are better. So and I wouldn't put up with it if I didn't think so. Now others may not agree. You know, sometimes, and if I find it getting slower and slower, I can just go help. Sorry, go to my account and do a reset. That can solve it. They are definitely working on it, though, guys. They are definitely working on it. You know, memory leaks and things like that. I mean, the huge reason, really, for the average person is not the ability to dock things. Like I've got here are my charts. They're docked all in one. I love that. Okay, it's nice, but is it really not going to affect my trading at all? The big reason is the ability to take a look at all the different channels that we have in our channel bar and be able to click on them and not have your layout disappear. That's the main benefit. Because people have been wanting to do that forever, you know, but if you're not using the docked version, then when you click on a channel, when you click on a channel, your layout would disappear, would be replaced. No more if you're using our docked. Well, that would be, listen, if you don't care about looking at the channels, docking is nice, but it's not, it's not the be all and the end all. I mean, I love the way it looks because everything snaps in. It looks a lot nicer. It's a cleaner presentation and all. But if you're finding that, the lag is too much, well, then I wouldn't use it until maybe they can solve that sort of a problem. But I haven't found that it's that big a deal. I mean, I clicked on CFLT, it loaded in a second and a half. Yes, and it's true, Paradox. I mean, for me, somebody, and I'll answer your question, El and also yours, Bert. Yeah, for me, it was a breath of fresh air, for sure. I've been using, since 2010, the same type of layout over and over and over and over again, the same look, the floating windows and all. And there's nothing wrong with it. But when they came up with docking, I looked at that and I felt like I had a new paint job in the office, a new desk, a new chair. I felt sort of invigorated. Okay, it just was, for me, it was just a nice cleaner look. Okay, let me go over docking. Now, I think the version that I want to make sure of this. Those who are on the test drive right now, and you've just down like Dova, here's how you can help me. Okay, so when you click on the toolbar and you click on new, do you see dock channel and dock window and all that as an option? So click on in the toolbar, click on new, or anybody who's on the test drive and has loaded the program, do you see the option for dock channel and docked window? So Richard, are you part of the test drive? And Cobalt and Dova, you're part of the test drive, but you don't see that. And you don't see that either, El Okay. There must be... so... it's going to be hard then for me to do this. Let me just find out from support. Whew. You're on the upgrade test drive. Okay. Maybe you have to upgrade then. No, I know for you, Paradox. I'm what I want to know. It's hard for me right now because I don't know what you guys are downloading. Oh, you're on the web. Okay. Sorry, if you're on the web, it's not available. Sorry about that. I should say that. Maybe log in again or download again, Cobalt. Okay. I'm just trying to get a. Sorry for for the confusion here. I'm just trying to find out. I'm sure that if you downloaded now from the website, you'd have the docking version available. No, well, no. I mean, I don't even know what version that is anymore. I'm on this like 5.5.19 version, Brad point 6. Um, let's okay. Let me go to the website, our homepage, okay, and let's see if I can maybe figure it out. Why do I think I'm going to be past 3 o'clock today? That's okay. Okay. So definitely if you download the beta, I don't know if that is the absolute latest beta, but if you download the beta, and that'll be 5.5.15. Okay, listen, if you download the beta, I mean, you can see right there, it's got docking, okay? I just don't know if that beta, if there'll be an updated version later on. If there is, you just download it, okay? Okay, so if you're part of the test drive, go back to our home page and download the beta, not the production version. Okay, because that does not have the docking ability. Confusing, I know, I apologize, but best I can come up with right now. So did you get that? Yeah, okay, so download the beta, LHAS, okay? I'll stick around for anybody who downloads the beta and wants a little brief instruction about docking, okay? Okay, let me know when you guys have downloaded the latest beta from the website. It is 5.5.15. And then I can give you a little instruction about docking. I can't, just go to my home page, okay, Grant. Just a minute. So go to my home page, and once you go to my home page, click on the link. Click on the link, and then go up to download software. and then scroll down past the production version. I was hoping, I mean, guys, listen, I was hoping that their production version would be this beta, but obviously, it's not there yet. So go to the beta. Hey guys, I'm just having a little conversation with developers here. Yeah, thank you, Paradox. All right, can I start? Can I start showing you guys a little bit about docking? Those who are interested, those who have downloaded now, the 5.5.15. Not yet. Okay. I'm not going anywhere, so take your time. Make sure it's done correctly. Now, listen, docking is not required. Yeah, don't worry, LHS, I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. But just so you know, docking is not required, okay? It's a new feature, it's nice and all that, but there is a little bit getting used to it, so, if you're part of the test drive, I mean, it may be something that you want to try, but, it's not mandatory. Don't feel, oh my gosh, I don't know how to dock, therefore I can't use trade ideas. No, no. Back to the nines? Oh, maybe. Well, the docking is the big difference, Deepak. Okay, that's the big difference, and which I'll demonstrate if you download it. All right, guys, are we ready? Still loading. What are you? Are you in a dial-up connection, Grant? Still downloading, really? Okay, guys, I will. Yeah, jeez. I mean, okay. Okay, again, I'll wait. Don't worry about it. I'll wait. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, I'll be right back. Yeah, Bert, and I almost don't want to show how to dock individual scans because that is the main thing. You're absolutely right, Bert. That's the main thing. You shouldn't see any degradation, really, because if you've still got your free floating windows, you know, your layout up and running as free floating windows, and then just click on new dock channel bar, you know, your layout remains. That's the main reason, okay, for the docking right now. What I'll demonstrate is you know, something that you can do, but is not necessary. But yeah, just the ability to open it. Okay, so okay, Dova. So for instance, and for those of you, can I start? Okay, it's in the new tab. Okay, so for instance now, if you click new and dock channel bar, okay, you'll notice that your, my fingers are crossed, you'll notice that your layout will remain. Now, whoa, before you do that, please don't do it yet. Just in case something screws up, please make sure you've saved your layout, okay? Make sure you saved your layout to your computer or to the cloud, just in case. I don't want people losing their layout. Okay, so make sure you do save your layout, okay? You don't have to close it down, just make sure it's saved. Okay, so if you've done that, now if you click on new dock channel bar, notice your layout should remain. And now you can start surfing through these channels. You know, and notice my layout still remains underneath. Okay, there's my layout, didn't disappear. That's probably the biggest reason for docking, okay? Because people have always wanted to, during the day, take a look at maybe a different channel, see what's happening, you know, the earnings channel, just see what's happening. But it was a real pain because you had to, you know, close your layout or save your layout and then bring it back and all of that. So this makes it super simple now. Okay? Everybody get that? There is where is it? Okay, so that's the simplest way to use docking, all right, or the new version. There is a description. I don't know where it is. It used to be. I know in the old one, the old channel, new channel bar, I don't have to load it. Right here, that little gear would show you the channel descriptions. I can't believe it's not here somewhere. Just give me a moment. Where would it be? Is it under the, that's right. They put it under the help tab. You're absolutely right. Thank you. Channel descriptions in the help tab. Okay. Okay. Okay, so that is docking at its simplest, easiest, okay? You want to go through different channels, no problem now. You can have your layout up and running. How's it possible that stocks, because they're all in the same sector, father of two, they're all Bitcoin, so when a lot of those move up and down with what's happening with Bitcoin. Okay? How do you change your channels back to a vertical column? I don't understand what you mean by that. Okay, Rick, you have to download the latest beta, okay? If you go back to the website and go to my home page, and go up to download software. Okay, go up to download software, and you have to download the latest beta. You downloaded the production version, which makes sense, but unfortunately, the production version, right now anyway, doesn't have the docking. So you'd have to go down to the beta, and you download that. Um, yeah, Zeke, and this is, hopefully, if you, there's an option now, options, layouts, auto size columns. That is helping a lot, okay? Oh, I see, I see. Yeah, it was just a matter of, I see. Thank you, Paradox. You're talking about doing this? Yeah, you just drag it, shrink it, just grab the right corner, okay? Okay, I'll answer Aviator 1, and then I'll go into the advanced topic, which you don't have to do, which can maybe is not, something you want to do during the test drive of grouping windows together in a dock. Okay, I'll go over it. Not necessary to do, but I will go over it. Can I scan for candles up and down for a specific number of days? Yes. Configure, search, consecutive. Okay, consecutive candles, so days right there, number one. Now, a specific RSI. You can have a range. Not a specific one though. Okay, but you can have a min and a max, depending on, there's your daily. But if you're asking when it crosses, 45, no. As a specific number. But for instance, you could always say, okay, I could create a little range, 40, between 40 and 50, something like that. Yeah, exactly. Okay, you could do that. Okay? You may not get very many alerts, but all right, guys, now, are you ready for taking individual scans and docking them into a docking window? Are you ready? Okay. I'm just going to load a couple of windows. There, I'll load 3 windows. Okay. So here I just loaded 3 windows, okay? Let's say I wanted to put them into a dock so that I could, they're all together, I could move them around anywhere I want. So the first thing you do, new, docked window. Now, you give it a name. Okay, notice it says window tile, so I'm going to call this test. Okay, I'm giving it a name. What? Ivan, you have to you have to have the latest beta downloaded. You don't have the latest beta downloaded. if you can download it, I'll pause for about a minute, okay? If you can download it quickly, it's 5 point. You know, you have to go to our website again, and just go to the beta. Scroll down to the. Oh, I don't mind. I mean, I'm. Do it. Just do it, okay? Just go to my website, or my website. Well, yeah, my homepage. Ooh, it's going to be a long week, guys, next week. And go to download software, or if you go to our homepage, download software, scroll down until you see the beta, okay? And then download the beta. That'll give you the docking capabilities. Yeah, please look at the videos. Please look at the 20 lessons. You know, get a little more prepared rather than, you know, listen, I'll answer any question. That's why I'm here. But, you know, if I get a question like, what is an alert window? That means, you know, a person hasn't looked at anything yet, as an example. Okay, so, you know, they help me a lot. I'll wait, Ivan. I've got time. And don't worry the fact you're ticking everybody else off. Don't worry about it. Minutes. 5 minutes. How can what computers are you guys on? No, it can't be the server because I mean you saw me. I downloaded 3 different versions today and it took 30 seconds. Okay, so I don't know what to say. Floppy disk. Really, Mark? Yeah, because I'm on a game. I'm sort of the same. It looks like the same specs. Yeah, same specs. I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, I downloaded no issue whatsoever. 3 times today. You guys saw me. Those have been in the room. But I'll wait. That's okay. I'll wait for Ivan. After Ivan, that's it. I'll show you guys how to dock. And the biggest answer is there's nothing to set up. Okay? You just load the window. I'll show you how to do that. You just load the window and wait for the alerts to happen. A Commodore 64. How about an Atari? You know, when you think of an abacus, it was ingenious. I went through, oh boy, I'm going to date myself here, but I went through engineering using a slide rule at a certain point. Slide rule is unbelievable. So a perfect circle, I'll answer your question. So between 12 and 1 of the other traders does take over in the YouTube room. And those traders have different sorts of scans than I do. I'm more of an intraday trader. So they have different scans that they use for their trading. So that's between 12 and 1 every day in the YouTube room. But, I mean, there are a lot of, if you go to the channel bar, I mean, there are a lot of layouts there. Other than that, no, I can't. No other trading rooms. Once an engineer, always an engineer, Bert. Yes. You should close down your default layout. Okay, you should make sure you save it. You should exit Trade Ideas before you download a later version. You notice that's what I did. I mean, again, you probably weren't in the room, but I mean, I downloaded 3 different versions of Trade Ideas today. Before I did that, I exited Trade Ideas. Okay, making sure always you save your layout. All right, Ivan, how you doing? That's about 5 minutes. You must be ready to go. No pressure. Just installing now, okay? I don't know, that BYSI, look how strong it is. Let me get these out of the way here. I went through metallurgical engineering. Yeah, I'm not a big swing trader, a perfect circle. Okay, so no, there is not one. But we do have a swing channel that you can take a look at. Okay, the only thing I will say about swing trading for me, if I'm going to, while we're waiting, let me just find. I haven't looked at my. Okay, if you can take if you want, you can take a photo or a photo. Okay, these are my 4 rules for swing trading. My 4 rules for swing trading, okay? So when I click on an alert, if I'm going to swing something, okay, because every one of these, is a potential swing. I'm not a big swing trader, but I mean, in theory, a potential swing trade. So when I click on an alert, the first thing I'm going to look at the daily and the weekly chart and also the monthly for a large gap to see whether or not there is anything nearby that could stop it from moving higher. Obviously, this is a true chart. I can't even remember the symbol anymore, but this is a true chart. Okay? So obviously if I saw a gap like that, I go, wow, okay, that's interesting. Then I'm going to check to see where the 200-day moving average is. If it's, way above, then I feel, well, that's not going to block it. It's way above it. Then I'm going to check to see when a company will release earnings. And I'll check several sources. I won't just rely on Trade Ideas. If a company is going to release earnings, say tomorrow, no way am I going to hold through earnings, okay? So if I can go though, check, 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 and then I want the stock to close near the high of the day because I don't want, I just want a lot of enthusiasm going into tomorrow. Typically when a stock closes near the high, that can generate the enthusiasm for the next day. So if I go check, 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 then for me, a stock can become a swing candidate. A screenshot, that's what I meant. That's what I meant. Okay? So if you want to take a screenshot of this, these are my rules, okay? This is, so if I'm going to swing trade, this is, it doesn't have to be so dramatic, of course. This was just a real dramatic one. Okay, good. All right, guys, I think we're going to do the docking lesson 1.0. Okay, so let's start again. So, click on New, Docked Window, and this should show up. If you're following this and you're not getting that, then it means you don't have the latest beta, but I'm afraid I'm just going to have to go now. Okay, so give it a name. I'm going to call it Test. Okay, so now I've got this big dock window called Text. Nothing is in it. Let's start feeding it. So imagine you have some windows, you know, they're all free floating. So, strong stocks up, shared. Right click and see where it says duplicate. Now I've got some dock windows, obviously more than just test. But if you're doing this for the first time, you'll see it immediately. Duplicate into test. Boom, there it is. Okay, number one. Block trade. Right click, duplicate into test. There it goes. You see the two tabs are up here. And I'll do one more. The action is heating up right now. Right click, duplicate into test. Okay, so now they're all up here. They are all tabbed. Now here comes the fun part. And this is where the challenge is, a little bit. If you have a lot of dock windows that you want to put in, my advice is to, you know, arrange them as you would want to see them, okay? You know, on before you start docking, it'll probably help the visualization. But right now, here they are. Now, here's what let's just say I wanted the action is heating up, but I want it below strong stocks up shared. I grab the tab and I move it. See how the icons kind of changed? If I grab block trade and I want to put it beside strong stocks up, I grab it, and you see this icon? There's a right arrow, up arrow, a left arrow, and a down arrow. I choose the right arrow and see how it moves beside it. Okay? If I decided I wanted the action is heating up on top of this one now for whatever reason, I just grab it, move it, click on the up arrow, now it'll be above it. Okay? So this is call it the challenge, if you will. You know, and you know, it can be a little bit, it's a bit of a challenge when you have a lot of windows to get them arranged exactly where you want them. But that, in essence, is what it is. Okay, so now I've got a dock with all this. This is what I did with my charts. You know, I put them all here. This is what I did with my, let's see. Give me a moment. So this is what I use in the pre-market. Okay, this is what I use in the pre-market. Okay, this is the docked window. When the market opens, now here's the issue, guys, and this is what we don't quite know yet. This is why it's still kind of, the developers are kind of grappling with this. We don't know how many windows you could really effectively put. I mean, in theory, it's infinite, but until things might slow down, okay? And how many docked windows can you have in a layout? So in other words, what we know you can't do is you might have, you know, 5 different layouts you use during the day. You might think, oh man, I'll just dock them all. I'll have them all up and running all at the same time. That'll probably really slow down your system. Okay? So what I'm doing now, because it's not that big a deal, before I used to I would close down these windows one by one once the market opened because I didn't want them up and running. Now that I've put them into a dock, I just click on X and now it's gone. Okay? you can save your dock windows. You know, you save it as a group. You right click, save or share to cloud. You notice it's going to say test. So that means that these grouping of windows will be saved. So that's why, you know, it's no big issue for me then to bring back all my pre-market windows. I just go and load them. So again, I would call this a bit advanced. Okay, you don't have to do this, but for those of you who are willing to, you know, experiment a bit, you know, it's there for you to do. But I think the overwhelming reason for docking is again this. Using the dock channel bar and then being able to take a look at the different channels during the day without having to worry that your layout is being replaced. Yeah, pinned windows are a thing of the past. Okay, Richard, don't pin anything. That used to be the way I used to be able to go into a channel and my layout would not be replaced. Okay, pin windows will be a thing of the past. So don't even worry about it. Don't think about it. Pinning used to get people into so many problems because they wouldn't realize what they were doing, and all of a sudden their system would bog down, and they wouldn't understand why, and they would look. You know, these are not free floating, but they would look underneath, say this one, and they would see a duplicate, and another duplicate, and another duplicate, and on and on and on and on, not realizing what they had done. So with docking now, the need for pinning is basically gone. Scanner works after hours, yep. All you have to do is, you know, for instance, we have a well, any topless window will work after hours. Just make sure that you select. Let's see, where's a topless window? Okay, so my earnings play. This is a topless window. Okay, topless window. So if you right click, excuse me, time frame, and you see where it says live always, if you check that, your topless windows will start working at about 7 in the morning Eastern time till 7 at night. Okay, 7 to 7. That's approximate. If you only want it to work during market hours, you can do that, but I usually have everything live always in the topless window. Oh, this room is open. This room is going to be open the same way. I'm not closing the room down. Oh, no, I'm not closing the room down. No, not at all. And then, in order to see alerts after hours, again, if you go to your new dock window, dock channel bar, and if you scroll all the way down, you see it says after hours. Okay? And you will see that these will start giving you, because one of the alerts, search, and oh, I'm sorry, I'm in the yeah, that should be okay. No, second, I've got to go to an alert window. Let me close this down. One of the alerts we have, I type in post, so post market high, post market low, okay? Also post market volume and the change. These are filters. So if you only wanted to see stocks that have changed, you know, 10% in the post market, you know, you can use this filter, or a dollar amount. Or if you want to make sure that it's trading at least, you know, 50,000 or 100,000 shares in the post market, you can use that filter. New chart window is just click on new and then chart window. Okay, new chart window. And the chart should pop up. Always remember to save your work, okay? Always remember to save your work. It's so simple. I mean, you can do it two ways. I save it to my computer. So if I file save layout, okay, Now, I always give I know people use default layout. I've never used a default layout. I've always given my layouts names. And so if you, for instance, this one is called, I don't know, test with 2 docs. So if I save it now, it's going to overwrite. So anything I've done that I've wanted to change, it'll overwrite it, which is what I want. Okay, that's saving it to my computer. Saving it to the cloud, I do that also. File, save or share to cloud. I can say entire, that'll be my entire layout. I give it a name, I would give it a name and save it. And then it won't overwrite though, the last one. What'll happen is you'll see timestamps. Okay, you'll just see timestamps. So your layout if you save the layout, you'll see the layout name and it'll be the latest one. But you will see other versions, which is not necessarily the worst thing. Maybe you even made a mistake and you want to go, I'd like to go back to a previous version. So it is there in the cloud for you. Yeah, so our standard product has a 10 chart max and premium is 20. So if you're on the test drive, you'll have access to 20 charts. It's as if you were a premium subscriber. But you're entirely correct, Aviator, yes. Yeah, you have to grab the tab, okay? You can't grab the window. Let me do it again. Yeah, no, I gotta. Just give me one moment, Artful Dodger, and I'll tell you, or I'll tell you what I like to do anyway. Okay, so this is what you did, and this is where it gets tricky. I know it can be very tricky. So I'm going to right click, duplicate into test 1. So there it is. Now you see, this is what happens when you do that. Yeah, it takes it out. It becomes more of a free floating. But let me explain. Let me back these out off to my other monitor so it becomes a little more clear. Okay, so I'm going to right click, duplicate into test 1. There it is. I'm going to do the same thing for the action is heating up. Right click, duplicate into test 1. There's Momo. Okay, and then the other one, duplicate into test 1. So here are the 3 tabs. So this is what you did. You have to grab the tab. Now you can move it wherever you want. I'm going to grab the tab, move it wherever I want. Okay. Now what you did was and this is where you clicked in here and you thought you could move it but you have to move it by clicking on the tab up here. Because if you do this, oops. If you do this, then it's not going to, and if I don't know where you put it. I mean, if you grab the tab, you just have to wait for an icon to pop up, and then you can move it wherever you want. I mean, it's not mandatory that you do any of this. Okay, I would call this a little bit advanced. But once you get used to it, it's not bad. Yeah, that's what I meant. If you don't grab the tab itself, if you grab it somewhere there, that is when it's going to kind of be free floating. So it can cause, I mean, listen, it can cause some real issues, you know. I mean, it's not the end of the world. I had to practice quite a bit. Let me answer your question first, Artful Dodger, okay? This is how I would use the AI. I would click on New, File New, and AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay? AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you do that, this is the window that will show up. Never mind these. Obviously, these I've docked it in here with these two others. This is the window that will show up. And when you start Monday morning, and assuming you start before the market opens, this window will be blank. Okay? And just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them will be up to you. I mean, there's not a video that says this is how you should trade, you know, the alerts. I use it more like a watch list all day long. I mean, this FEYE is set up several times during the day, as an example. You know, that's how I use it. And you can then also incorporate this window as part of your layout. So you don't have to load it every morning from scratch, okay? But and I wouldn't worry about anything else in terms of what's Holly Grail, what's Holly Neal, what's Holly 2.0, what are the strategies. Like, make it super simple. You know, you'll have an entry price. You don't have to get in right at the penny. You'll have a stop, and then how you trade it will be up to you. Okay? Yeah, the resizing is, see, this is one of the things that they're trying, well, I mean, I can do this, obviously, okay? And then hopefully I can pull this. The sizing of the columns is a little bit, you know, it's a little bit tricky. But, you know, obviously, you know, let me just move these off here. I mean, obviously, I mean, this is a docked window, okay, or a docked window, okay. This is another one. So, you know, I had to play around to get it the way I wanted it to look. But once I did, you know, it wasn't a big deal. Now, the other thing, the big difference, let's just say you wanted to save this window to the cloud. Or somebody says, you know, you've got a window in here and you've got, you've got some scans in here and it's in a docked window, and somebody said, hey, can I have your scan? Or you want to save it to the cloud for whatever reason. So here's the difference now. If I right click, if I save or share to cloud, what that is going to do, it's going to save the entire dock, okay? So if you just want to save an individual window, then you have to duplicate it into a free-floating window. I know it's a little bit cumbersome, but, and that showed up on my other monitor. So there it is, okay? And now I go through the save or share to cloud. You know, and then just save it. So that is another difference. Again, guys, if you're part of the test drive, you don't have to learn all this. Like, if you're watching me going, my gosh, I'm never going to be able to learn how to do all this, that's fine. You don't have to. This is something, you know, the main reason for docking really is the dock channel bar, so you can go through different channels without your layout disappearing. Exactly. You can still do everything the same way as before. You don't have to use the dock feature at all. You know, it's just, you know, it's a right. This is just an option. What is the ticker name on an AI strategy window? What do you mean by that exactly? Here are the tickers that or tickers the stocks that were alerted to today. Well, pinning is not gone. It's just that we're not. I'm never going to talk about it again. Okay, at Aviator. If you subscribed in the past, then all you have to do is make sure that. So I'm assuming you're not a subscriber now. Yeah. If you use the same email address to resubscribe, okay? Just use the same email as long as you can use the same email address that you used, then as long as you saved everything into the cloud, it'll all still be there. How to open that window? Just click on new. Okay, from the toolbar, click on new and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. This is the window that will pop up. You'll see the alerts today. And again, on Monday, assuming you open trade ideas before 9:30 Eastern time, this window will be blank. Just wait for the alerts to happen. Yeah, I mean, listen, if people understand how to use pinning, you can still do it, but I mean, you just got way too many problems. And when I used to what's the word I want? When I used to give people my scans, I would give them my pinned scan, and that got into also, and basically support yelled and screamed at me. So that's why I don't, I had to make sure that when I'm sharing my scans, nothing is pinned. You can use the simulator right now. Fast Johnny. Okay, this is what I would do. I thought you would have received something by now. Go to I'm going to put the link for the TI homepage. Okay. And start a discussion and give them the email that you use to sign up for the test drive, and they'll take a look, okay? So, Deepak, everything, in my opinion, that you need is on my homepage. Oh, that sounds pretty pompous, but I'll explain what I mean by that. So the question was, are there tutorials, etc., etc.? So if you click on my homepage link, I've tried to create, virtually everything you need, certainly to get started in the education section. And, the 20 lessons, I would look at that for sure. This is just quick. It's not 20 days, okay? Goes over. Well, let's take a look. What is a top list? Build a top list. What is an alert window? So I don't want anybody coming in on Monday asking me, what is an alert window? I'm just going to send you to this. Okay, so all the basic features of Trade Ideas are covered here. And then in more depth, if you scroll down again to the educational videos, watch the videos, and you'll see starting trade ideas from scratch and some other videos. The AI. So there's a lot of information on my homepage. That's why I say save my link. You can look at all this for the balance of today, plus, of course, over the weekend. Okay? I'm seeing that we're getting some more FT, foot. That came in the option scanner. So these crypto plays, a little crypto play, another little crypto play. All right, everybody. Have I answered everybody's question? If I haven't, just repost. Again, I'll stick around. I have no problem sticking around. Otherwise, I will shut the room down. Well, it depends what you mean by teach us about the scanner. I mean, depends what you mean by that, Dova. I mean, you can have my layout. You can have my. I mean, we're not teaching trading. Okay. I mean, again, you click on an alert. Now is where, I mean, if you like my layout, but you've heard me say a million times, just because it's an idea, and I click on it, and then I can kind of judge myself whether I like it or not. We'll talk about it in the room, but I'm not going to say, guys, you should take works. Okay. So I don't understand exactly the question. Okay. I mean, I don't know if there's a big difference in lag. Yeah, MC. Unfortunately, if you're going to use the web-based version, you won't have, well, a couple things. You won't have access to Brokers Plus, if that's of interest to you. So you won't be able to practice trading using the simulator, as an example. I don't know. I don't think there's any lag in terms of the alerts and loading charts. I don't think there's a performance issue there. I don't use the web-based version. If you can use the app, it's way better in terms of flexibility. But everything is real time. There are people at Trade Ideas who have, just a minute, give me a moment, who have Macs. And so what they do, and you may not be prepared to do it. I'm just trying to find the podcast. Here it is. That's just the way I've color coordinated things, Zova. Okay. It's up to you. I mean, this is just for me, green is up, yellow is down. That's all. It's just the way I have color coordinated things. So there's a podcast done. So I mean, you can use the web-based version, but again, you don't have all the features. Or you can use something like Parallels, so a PC emulator, or you can use something like AWS, Amazon Web Services, something like that, and then you can take advantage of using the app. But if you don't want to do that, then yeah, there are some limitations. Yeah, I mean, and the other obvious reason, I mean, if you're using a tablet or something, so I mean, if I want to go to my tablet, I'll use the web-based version. And obviously, I'm on a desktop computer here, but if I want to wander away, and so I can always access Trade Ideas on my tablet. You can have Trade Ideas on as many devices as you want. You can only have Trade Ideas open one at a time, though. One device at a time. Yeah, the main. Okay, first of all, with my watch list up and down, and this because I've downloaded the program a few times today. This is not the complete list, and not the time either when these first alerts happen. But the bottom line is I do scanning after hours. I create a watch list, okay? I attach that watch list to these alert windows. How I do that, that's, well, I don't want to say secret, but I mean my watch list is just something that I do after hours and in preparation for the next day, thinking that these stocks could potentially move the next day. And then for them to trigger from my watch list, my watch list might have 30 stocks in it. I don't want them all to trigger. So for instance, one of the stipulations is that the stock has to be above yesterday's high on the upside or below yesterday's low on the low side. Things like that. Relative volume, I think, is one. But you can, if you right click on my layout, if you download my layout, you'll see exactly what it's looking for. And I delay it 15 minutes. I don't want to see an alert in the first 15 minutes. And it's a symbol list called Best WL that's attached to it. And that symbol list is, where these alerts are coming from. To download my layout, all right, just click on the link there and, whoops, what am I doing here? Okay, and go to the scan section. Okay, here's my scan section. Click here, and here's my layout that I'm sharing. And individual scans are here too. Okay, save the layout or save my link, guys. You can take a look at all this at your leisure. Later on today, over the weekend. Forever. Okay, all the education. Save my link. All right, guys. I think I'm wrapping it up. Okay, I think that's it, guys. I don't see any other questions, so please do a little homework over the weekend. Learn a little bit about trade ideas. Okay, Aviator, one more. Okay, as long as it's not what is an alert. Yeah, the beta is running okay. Yep. Seems to be. Yeah, they want to know if you're a professional trader, Fast Johnny. This is something we had to go through, because... So you have to fill that out. But you can get some help. If you go to our homepage, just ask for some help in that regard, okay? But you have to fill it out. You have to prove to us that you're not a professional trader. The reason being is that the exchanges, they will charge more if you are a professional trader, and we have to pass that information on to them, okay? 99.9% of our customers are not, but we had to go through a whole... almost a year-long exercise. People, even subscribers who have been with us for years, had to, prove to us again that they're not by filling out a form. So again, if you go to the home page, maybe you can get some help on that. If you're still having a problem, just make sure, give them your homepage or your email address so they can look up the account, okay? Yeah. All right, guys. Let me just get my script together. All right, everybody. I'm going to shut the room down now. Thanks a lot for all of the help this week. And we shall see you. I'll open the room bright and early Monday morning at 9 o'clock. half an hour before the market opens. So have a great weekend, everybody, and we'll see you then. Okay, again, Fast Johnny, go to the home page, and I think somebody should be able to help you, okay? I put the homepage link in, and just start a discussion. And I think somebody should be able to help you run through that, okay? I can't. I just can't. I can't see your account. Okay, bye YouTube.